Hello everyone, and thank you so much for joining. My name is Stephanie Cristello. I am a curator and author who worked on this exhibition that is the topic for today's symposium called Sustainable Societies for the Future. And what you're all tuning into today is the Chicago Edit, which is an amalgamation of the three facets of the program that we're very pleased to have brought to Chicago. And before we start, I wanted to give a list of thank yous to all of the partners and sponsors for today's program, and then additionally give an overview of the project Sustainable Societies for the Future, which took place in Malmö at the Malmö Konstmuseum in Sweden, and is traveling to Chicago in a variety of formats, this symposium being one of them. And so first and foremost, I'd love to thank NORDIC Talks, which is our presenting partner for today's symposium program. We will have a series of panels that range from this afternoon, depending on where you are in your time zone right now, through the evening, as well as tomorrow, so Friday, October 15 today, and Saturday, October 16. In addition, there is an exhibition program that is running from October 15 to 17 that I will give more information on shortly. We'd also like to thank the Malmö Konstmuseum, Danish Arts in Chicago, the Consulate General of Denmark in New York, Art 2030, and to Expo Chicago, of course, for hosting us on this platform today as part of their curatorial exchange program. The exhibition and project spans far beyond the symposium, and so we'd like to additionally thank the Nordic Culture Fund, Nordic Council of Ministries, the Danish Arts Foundation, Mondrian Foundation, the Office of Contemporary Art in Norway, Frame Finland, and the Barbara Osher Pro Suecia Foundation in the United States. So before we get started today, like I said, I'm one of the exhibition curators and will be joined by many of the participants and co-curators that we collaborated on with this project, both in Denmark and in Sweden, alongside representatives of artists, scholars, professionals from organizations in Denmark, Sweden, Finland, Norway, and the United States, primarily Chicago and Detroit. The exhibition in Chicago that is happening in conjunction with the symposium, the Chicago Edit, is curated by the Floating Museum, which is an artist collective comprised of Faheem Majeed, Andrew Schachman, Jeremiah Holsebos Spofford, and Avery R. Young. And the artists featured in the exhibition, which opened today, are Christian Falsness, Max Guy, Mina Henriksen, Hessel Holton Melvang, Ingela Ehrman, Torald Johansson, and Marjolaine Dijkman, as well as Cheryl Pope, Wang and Soderstrom, Amanda Williams, and Michael X. Ryan. Additionally, this evening, if you are in Chicago, a book launch for the official book for the publication Sustainable Societies for the Future will be taking place at the Floating Museum's new space in Chicago, and I encourage you all to go and get a copy of this beautiful book, which is printed on completely sustainable paper and by a carbon neutral press with Moto Books and book designed by Olga Prater. And many of the authors and artists featured in the book are a part of today's symposium and exhibition program. So with that large sort of framework, I'm going to give a bit of a run of how this opening conversation will go today, which is a keynote by the Floating Museum, but an opening conversation first with my co-curator and collaborator, Kirse Junge-Stevnsborg, who was part of the Danish Cultural Exchange Program done during my time at Expo Chicago, and Ambassador Berit Basse, who is the Consul General, who is with the Consul General of Denmark in New York. And so with that, I wanted to invite Kirse and Berit to join me here, and we're going to have a brief conversation about the partnership, how the exhibition and project really came to be quite organically over the course of the last 5 years. And then we'll open to a keynote of the exhibition with two members from the Floating Museum, Faheem Majeed and Andrew Schachman. And we for everyone to be a part of. So Kirse and Berit, thank you so much for joining, and welcome here online. I wanted to start with you, Ambassador Berit, to really give an overview about how this Danish collaboration in Chicago really came to be, what the seed interest in the city of Chicago as sort of a cultural hub, but also which over the past 5 years has really developed into a cultural hub for Danish artists, architects, designers, and give us a little bit of a sense of what drew the Danish Embassy and Cultural Program to Chicago.
Thank you so much, Stephanie, and hello, Kirse, as well. And it's really nice to be online with you for this conversation. So you asked me, how did the collaboration between Denmark and Chicago come about? And it is the result of an effort that started back in 2017, so 5 years ago, where the Denmark's International Culture Panel, which is a coordinating panel across 3 ministries and a number of regions, on a multi-year with a strategic focus on 6 cities in the United States. So that was Los Angeles, Seattle, Austin, and Chicago. And in the beginning, or the way that started up, it was sparked by very extensive research in the US by Danish cultural institutions and government agencies, then followed up by a large number of visiting programs whereby Chicago-based artists and curators, they were invited to explore opportunities for collaboration. Was matchmaking engagement whereby several high-profile partnerships were established and between Danish and Chicago cultural institutions. So over the past 5 years, numerous very fruitful long-term partnerships and more than 70 cultural collaboration initiatives together. And during this initial process, it very clear that we shared a lot of common ground within the fields of architecture, design, and urban development, of course, but also, and in particular, as these practices relate to questions of social and environmental sustainability, inclusivity, climate justice, community empowerment, etc. And we see that in a number of the partnerships and the programs that have been taken place, and I can give you a couple of examples just to put some pictures on what is it ships. And the first one was contribution to the Chicago Architecture Biennial in 2017. The Cabbage Patch project that was spearheaded by a Danish design duo, Gamborg and Magnussen, and materialized as a field of 10,000 heads of cabbages in the Chicago Garfield Park, exploring the cross-fertilization of landscape architecture, citizen involvement, education, and sustainability. The Copenhagen architect and designer collective Soil Lab that was established. Soil Lab is up on a vacant lot in the West Chicago neighborhood of North Lawndale. And they produce structures and objects from dirt sourced locally, applying old techniques, producing bricks and constructing furniture for the community. And I participated in the opening month, how this reached and worked with the community in North Lawndale to involve them in the repurposing of this vacant lot. Another example of collaboration, but our multi-year partnership with Chicago Public Library, which focusing on youth education and co-creation, and it goes from ballet choreography to sustainable design processes. And if I should mention that we have going here our collaboration with Expo Chicago and the current Nordic art exhibition, Sustainable Societies for the Future, where we have Danish artist Christian Falsnes and Hesselholt and Meilvang presented in a dialogue with both Nordic and also US artists. So I hope that gives you sort of a flavor about how it started, how we work, and what are some of the partnerships that have come out of it.
No, it's perfect, and it's very fitting, I think, that we'll also have Soil Lab as part of this symposium that we're doing, and they'll actually be closing out the symposium. So we have this really beautiful bookend of projects from Danish curators, artists, and designers and architects as well. And like you mentioned, the Expo Chicago Curatorial Exchange was one of these key sort of visiting projects. And Kirse, you were one of the first participants to come from Denmark to Chicago years ago to do studio visits and also learn more about the institutions throughout the city. And so I wonder if you can speak a bit about, obviously what drew you to Chicago was the initial invitation, but how the conception of this exhibition really took form for you. And then I'm hoping that we can talk a little bit about after the sort of organic nature and sustainable nature of this collaboration, which is that it really relies on partners and partnerships. But Kirse, I'll pass it off to you first.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. And I wanted to say that my participation in the curatorial exchange program that was organized by Expo Chicago was very rewarding experience in many ways, and it created many ties and also curiosity towards the art scene in Chicago and the whole Midwest. And when I got the opportunity to create a program with exchanges between Danish artists that later turned into the Nordic art scene as a whole, and artists from Chicago and the Midwest, I took inspiration in my work from the pioneering NGO organization Art 2030, which does outstanding work to connect art with the UN Global Development Goals and put the most important issues of our time on the agenda. So that was the starting point for our project, and also a project that developed into many fold layers of activities. The starting point, we became a curatorial group working on this in Malmö Art Museum, and also with you, Stephanie, as a co-curator. That was we took departure in the Global Development Goal number 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities, to make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. That covers investigation into the three pillars of sustainability: environmental protection, social equality, and economic viability. The project is also funded of some of the really urgent challenges of today. How do we create ideas and actions for a more sustainable world? How can art be a catalyst for change? And we work with the actions in Malmö, range of talks, seminars, performances, and now here in Chicago, the Chicago Edit, curated by Floating Museum, and also this symposium we are participating in today. And it has been just a challenging time for a global change with pandemic, and also other big focus on how we should deal with sustainability and the future of the world, and how we can think about sustainability in new ways and be able to realize exhibitions and projects like this in this time of changes. And we have, for instance, not carried any art and artists now cross-Atlantic for the Chicago edition, but we have carried now more ideas, thoughts, instructions, intangible works, film material, and the project has become much more digital and with a global reach in another way. And the performances have become like films now, and also prints have transformed into pixels and so on. So it has been another way of working sustainable with this sustainable project, you can say. And we have worked with a lot of exchange and new ways of thinking, and also great trust in each other, not being able to be on site at the same time in the same place.
And I think it touches on this idea of social sustainability and partnership as well, which has been so important for the collaboration, which is that, in addition to not being able to travel, we are therefore having to think of ways of making this project more sustainable, that lessens a carbon footprint, that is more true to the concept and ethos of the exhibition. And one thing that I'm sort of reminded of is that we've essentially made this project much more human. And by that I mean, Kirse, when you were initially invited as part of the curatorial exchange, you were representing the Den Free Art Center in Copenhagen, and moved positions to the Malmö Art Museum in Sweden after we had started this talk of a collaboration. And so it therefore morphed into this much more Nordic perspective. But the thing that made that all possible, I think, is the funding approach that the Danish Arts Foundation and the embassy have really supported over the past few years, which is unique in terms of national and embassy support, which is this bottom-up approach that really focuses on individuals and allowing some organic exchange to happen without, we would have never been able to say 5 years ago that this would be the final form that this project would have taken. So Berit, I wonder if just to close us out and before we hand it off to the Floating Museum, if there's a few comments of things that you've learned also about this bottom-up approach and how it's been working.
Yes, I think reflecting on that, when we go into international cultural cooperation, I mean, of course, there are a number of criteria that we find should always be there. And I think now, 5 years after, we've just learned how important these criteria are. And some of them that I really want to stress is, for example, the cooperation, as you said, that it should never be about, in our case, what does Denmark want to present in America, but really based on this living dialogue with local partners, addressing local interests and local needs, and then having an exchange and an open mind and being, ready to really learn from each other, co-inspire each other, etc., etc. So that is, the cooperation is just so fundamental, and I think that initial investment in local partners, that there is local interest, is so important for cultural collaboration. It needs to be a two-way exchange on different levels. There has to be local anchoring of projects, and there has to be this to the artistic creation. And when there is that, I think really our experience is then our chance of another important criteria, namely the longevity of a project or a partnership, is more likely to succeed, that we aim to create this fundamentally open-ended and create a playground for artistic expression that can live on.
Yeah. And I really can't think of, and I can't think of any better group to have identified than the Floating Museum as a Chicago partner, who I've had the privilege of working with in various ways, just because we're so much a part of the same community. But to really see how their work has been given an international platform over the past few years, and they've each grown their individual practices, but really become a sense of community and support for the Chicago art community. It feels very right, and so I'm very happy to be passing it over to them for this. Kirse and Ambassador Berit. And hello, Faheem and Andrew.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello.
It's going wonderful. How are you?
I'm good. Happy to be here. Ambassador Berit, I mean, that's almost like an introduction to our practice. It was
Completely.
Complete introduction. Words like playground and sustainable collaborations, building on partnerships. And before we kind of get into Floating Museum, I just want to say we've truly experienced that, and kind of having initial studio visits with Kirse and Ann Thompson, who's been wonderful, and then eventually coming over there and truly getting on the ground and meeting local institutions. So we're really happy to be here, and happy in that we've made friendships over and beyond COVID that have really impacted our curation of this show. So, my name's Faheem Majeed. I'm one of 4 directors of the Floating Museum. I'm an artist, educator as well.
And I'm Andrew Schachman. I'm also one of the co-directors of the Floating Museum. I think I have a video delay a little bit, which is fascinating. But also, I just wanted to touch on the fact that, we've been through this project really interested. Ambassador Berit was talking about local interests, and we've been really interested in tracking the way global concerns express themselves differently in different contingencies, specific site contingencies. So that's a really apt introduction to this project and to the things we've been doing with Kirse over the last few years. I wanted
to open this space for you guys to share more about the exhibition project, and then, if we have time after, also to talk about some of the works that you were showing in Malmo that are not in Chicago, but this is really our space to see this project in one location, which is obviously not happening in one location by any means. So off to you two, and I can go away for a bit.
Okay. We thought we'd just show a couple of things and maybe share a video to give a little bit of a preview of kind of our practice and then move it into how it relates to the exhibition and some of our work. So we'll share that with you, and we'll be right back. Internet issues. Andrew, maybe we can just talk through it a little bit if it's going to do that.
Yeah, it seems like we have some kind of video delay.
That's this is part of our work. It's thinking about distance. How we navigate. Why don't we advance to the next slide?
My name is Faheem Majeed.
I'm Andrew Schachman.
Avery R. Young.
Jeremiah Holsabeth Spofford, and I'm a director.
A librarian. No.
One of Floating Museum's missions is to transform the city of Chicago into a museum campus.
Thinking about the city as a network, all kinds of infrastructure, which can be rethought as a series of cultural platforms
that institutions and organizations and artists can leverage.
There's an idea that the art and the culture is in the city and not necessarily limited to the walls of institutions.
Last year, we put on an exhibition called River Assembly, where we floated a 100-foot barge down the Chicago River.
River Assembly presented a model for transforming the river into a space of cultural activation.
One of the most successful parts, I believe, was what happened at Bubbly Creek. The song circles that we did.
Oh, well, my daddy, I know he can stop the boom. And if you see my brother, tell him that I
people within the neighborhood heard this choir practice, and people just kept coming.
We had a number of artists, organizations, and partnering institutions come with us on that journey.
We're really talking about floating as a way in which to engage space and actually using space as the material.
Well, the goal is to think about how you would transform that space, not just for us to make a gesture.
So we're working on moving from the river to floating on the train. We're doing a project called Cultural Transit Assembly.
We're in conversations with the Chicago Transit Authority to activate Chicago's Green Line.
But you could literally jump on the train for $2.50 and have a sort of museum experience.
There's different shows happening throughout the city. So there's a show that's popping up in Austin. There's a show in Garfield. There's an inflatable that's an exhibition. in trying to acknowledge people's roles and contributions to the development of Chicago, we need to acknowledge everybody. As we talked more and more about Jean-Paul Baptiste Usaba, we began to notice, although there isn't much about him, there's even less about his Potawatomi wife, Kitahawa, who, without marrying, he would not have been able to trade and be a part of the Potawatomi tribe, which was really that union that allowed trade to happen and sustain and grow.
The true core of culture in any city is within its people.
Well, if you think about the CTA, it's not just a way to get from point A to point B, but it's also an observation machine. You look out the window, you survey the landscape, and hopefully there's an element of surprise with these projects where they pop up and you think, maybe I'll stop there.
In Garfield Park, which is one of the parks that we've been collaborating with for some time with various partners, including the Advisory Council and the West Side Cultural Arts Council, we kind of selected 3 sites within the park, about a block apart. And each of those sites is a field of signs, different colors, yellow, red, and blue. From a distance, they look like an installation as you're driving by. They're kind of massive and you see it and it draws you in. And then once you come in, it turns into an art gallery. So we worked with about 15 or so artists to create works specifically responding to the park.
Darkness all around, there's stars everything.
This is Sir Matt McCormick Place. This is a Green Line train to Harlem and Lake. This is Good Bill, Roseville, I-19.
With players and audience captured in the sound, none of us feel so bad. It feels so sweet, say to be the big piece. You curve and proportion magic. In your words, make my sense of smell. It stirs me well, but I can tell there's 5 minutes left. Dress warm, and that's normal.
Video actually of Megan singing on Chicago's L train recently that went viral. Take a look.
Hey, hey.
A mama rocking that baby. What? I'm like, I mean, as a mom who has rocked a baby Bjorn, like, I never looked that cool. Like, you have your baby wrapped up while you're like hitting those notes. That's some big notes on a train.
All right. Excellent. So, so we thought that might be helpful in just setting the framework for how we think. Sometimes we could be here all day talking about previous projects and in the neighborhoods as galleries, and back to what the ambassador was saying about how to create really succinct relationships. It's really about the journey, and the artwork are really the byproducts of the process. So building on that, we were really excited when we were approached to think about how we could take the challenge of the limitations of COVID and travel and distance, and think about how we could produce an exhibition that really fed into how the city flowed in maybe some of the sites. And we started looking at sites that were in sync with some of the ideas around the exhibition. Can we go back one, Andrew? I just really, before we move it ahead, want to talk about briefly just how amazing the artists are. And what we essentially did was reached out to a number of artists that were a part of the exhibition in Malmo, and asked them to, in addition to the work that they had already shown, to think about maybe video work that could be presented here. And for the most part, it was pretty easy to a certain extent along lines of curating, because the artists that were selected were already a part of the themes and the ideas of the show. So it was really kind of the joy of picking and choosing video works or transferring imagery into video to present on a platform of an LED advertising truck. Yeah, Andrew, did you want to talk a little bit about the Yes. Yes. Having some problems hearing myself. I don't know quite. But I'll just advance. Okay. Yeah. Um, yes. So these are just some of the sites, I guess, that we were kind of working through. And as we speak, there's the LED truck is moving through the city, um, in kind of almost like a pop up way. Like, and it's also about the content in the spaces. And each of these spaces, as Andrew pointed out, has a certain historical kind of significance and background. And we're really excited about spaces that there's lots of people, spaces that are quiet, where the artwork um, uh, 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 collides in a way. Um, so yeah.
I don't know if you can hear me now.
Oh, there we go. You're good. You're good.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know where I got cut off. Something about the interface keeps muting me. So
Yeah.
I was just saying that we selected sites that are scenographically complementary to the video, but also that touch on the criteria of the show: industrial displaced landscapes, community partners that we've developed for a long time that invented new museum practices to advance social agendas, like the Hyde Park Community Arts Center, Southside Community Arts Center, and sites like Steelworkers Park, which are industrial scars that really they're related to the history of the building of the city, but they're displaced from the city, and a lot of people don't know about them. So we wanted to feature things that people might not necessarily know in terms of the history of the development of the urban region.
And I guess in that league, we wanted to just kind of jump back, pivot slightly, in league of talking about how the exhibition is going. Also, by the way, we are documenting with a team of videographers. So actually the action of making the exhibit will actually make another work. So although many of our partners cannot be here, we are really thinking about how can we mirror the videographers following the truck around, and there will be another piece that's created of the videos of the videos in the spaces. So that will be coming in the future, and it will be on the event site in the hopefully near future. But we wanted to pivot a little bit back and talk about one of the projects that we were in discussion when we talked about building sustainable relationships after a series of conversations through Expo Chicago, kind of set up by Stephanie with Kirse and Ann Thompson. We were invited to come over and think about how we could pick up this strategy and maybe move it on an international scale, a way of kind of going over initially and then bringing our artist partners with us in the kind of the next round. So we did spend 2 weeks kind of driving around Denmark, and it was wonderful to get lost, but also just to meet a number of institutions. And this is a little bit of a map that we drew and thinking about possibly kind of how we could float culture around the country, and then kind of disperse into the interior. So over 2 weeks, we visited with a number of institutions and really found so much in common, but also realized that some of the differences are actually beneficial in our various spaces, thinking about corporation, thinking about governmental support and how those differ in Chicago and then also in Denmark as well. So these are just some of the things that we were thinking about, and we're in the mode of doing and thinking speculatively about how to activate sites and collaborations with local artists, local organizations in a way that benefited the work that was already there and highlighted the work that was already there, but also created an exchange between work that was in Chicago to hopefully create something that would ping into other things into the future. So we're in the midst of doing that, and these are some of these really great images of sites that we visited, and thinking about how we could use the spectacle as a way of galvanizing community to make impossible things happen, which is a little bit of our wheelhouse. But as we all know, which is why we're doing LED trucks and not exhibitions, COVID hit. And kind of, really kind of changed how to even think about an exhibition like this. You see these crowds on the shorelines of Mons Klint. That's not happening right now. So we had to kind of put a pin in this and put it away. So we were excited at the possibility of coming back and showing some of this to an audience, and hopefully one day to pick up on this in a way. So we were so excited to be invited to be a part of the exhibition, and then along with this kind of extension of it. Andrew, did you have anything to add in that before we talk about the...
Yeah, I mean, I think some of the sites in Denmark, even though the contingencies of those sites are different, natural history sites, sites on the harbor that are very public, Struer Tracks, which is always this giant music festival that we could collaborate with, they're sort of related to the themes of the current exhibition in a lot of ways. They're just the contingencies of those sites and the social issues at those sites might express themselves differently, but they're at a higher kind of meta level, a global level. Some of the themes are the same. And this is something we are really interested in developing, in a way, collective intelligence through our network, not just within the city of Chicago, but through art platforms, a different kind of collective intelligence that's not necessarily about banking or capital development, but might be about addressing these specific issues and how people feel in relationship to the changes that are happening on the planet.
Totally. So as that kind of impacted us, we're going to end on just explaining a project just briefly that we're currently closing out and we'll be making public soon. We'll give a little bit of a sneak peak, we've been working on a program called Critical Distance. So we had the luxury of being able to sit still and watch as culture shifted. And we started taking time to think about how we can leverage the moment or be critical of the moment in a way to produce culture. So we're just closing out and about to launch our Critical Distance online platform as it gets colder here in Chicago. And we've been partnering with a number of artists to think about, once again, the founding of Chicago between Jean Point Baptiste du Sable, a Haitian trader, a Haitian Frenchman trader, and Kitahawa, his wife, his Potawatomi wife, whom through the marriage he became Potawatomi, and thinking about the notions of founding. So we've revisited some of these things and thought about the spirit of them as kind of like action versus just history. And there's layers to it. We're also working with a number of guest artists to produce new works as well. But Critical Distance is really thinking about exactly what we're doing. Like this, as my partner, as our co-director Avery Young says, we're all in the Brady Bunch boxes or Hollywood Squares. We just sit around staring at each other all day long. So we're thinking about that as a platform, thinking about the notion of the drive-by cultural exchange, whether on a train or in a car. But one of the things that we've done is a series of conversations and actually new productions and creating new works musically and supporting local organizations that had to shutter their doors, theater houses like ETA, who were hit horribly. So moving funding to use their spaces versus paying for other spaces that may be an easier fit. So we like to share and close out a little sampling of a musical piece that we call Rehearsal. It's a part of the Translator series with a performer named P Top, keyboardist Brother L, Monica Rickard, artist, visual artist, Potawatomi descent, an African American, and Jesse 5000, musician and poet and rapper. So.
Thrown away, hidden, dead, buried, forgotten, erasure, survived, rooted, resilient, burning, fire keepers, indigenous. Erasure, resilience, fire keepers, love, right, grace, fire keepers, free. Colonizer, see brown skin, see there, see deer, see dog. Colonizer, see brown skin. Shoot, shoot. Now, baby, carrying only air in your hands. No sugar, no cotton, no milk. Just air. Hands up, sky down, bloodbird, southbound. Get the fuck up out of cold. Colonizer, hunter, see brown skin, see hood, see prey, see dog. Colonizer, see brown skin, and bang.
It would help if I unmuted myself. So we're going to bring Faheem and Andrew back to talk about a few of the specific works that are in this roving exhibition upon the LED trucks and platforms across the city, and give everyone a sense of what they can see if they are in Chicago this weekend at the multiple locations. And so, Faheem, I know that there was, quite a few works that you were curating into this exhibition that were initially supposed to be performances with the participants coming in from the various Nordic countries to Chicago, and obviously due to COVID restrictions that are still in place, that's not possible. In fact, even I'm stuck in London right now while we're having this conversation. And so we've been working, a little bit remotely, but also really closely with the artists in this way, because there needs to be so many adjustments made to their work and to the concept. I'm wondering if you could give us just a few examples of some of the biggest changes in the works and what they've sort of resulted in.
Yeah, I mean, in negotiating, what's interesting was kind of like people's time. And I really, I spent a lot of time. I wanted to do at least one or two studio visits to not only select work, but also get to know. Because on one hand, yes, we are curators, but as you see, we're also artists. So that was a pro to it as well in thinking about what can happen beyond. But I mean, some of the things, if you think about like Nina Henriksen's work, and she had a number of like lino cut kind of works that were talking about the role of I think it was Denmark, if I'm not mistaken, or was it I forget which country, but the role of the impacts. Yeah, Finland. Excuse me. I think it was Finland's role, and
Helsinki.
In Soweto in apartheid. So it was an opportunity to bring some of these up, and then thinking about that work kind of being made digital, like almost on the advertising truck, because these are kind of like playbills in a way. They're like, they're meant to be put out on the world. And think about that, like in a space like Union Park in Chicago that was built around protest, right? And seeing how those things kind of like collide together. So then, in essence, that work is thinking about apartheid, is thinking about Finland, is thinking about protest in Chicago. And I'm just really excited for these things to come out afterwards as well, and potentially spiral into new types of dialogues and conversations. But also, I mean, of course, Amanda Williams is a longtime partner here in Chicago, and thinking about her color theory work of where she actually shared a video she's never shown before of a house being one of her color theory houses or monochromatic houses being torn down, and thinking about that, kind of moving that through the city as well, and seeing how that collides. And I mean, there's a number of really kind of exciting work. Ingela's work with the kind of thinking about this kind of humorous kind of costuming that these sculptures that she makes in these performances between an awkward toad or fig kind of being uncomfortable with the environment and kind of moving through these kind of awkward performances. I love thinking about that kind of at the Garfield Park Conservatory, right? Thinking about like awkwardness of how we negotiate with nature and things like that, kind of clumsily working through these things. Yeah, they're not always like spot on, and all the works will play at pretty much all the sites. But we're going to record, we selected very specific ones that we want to record as well, because they're in dialogue with those sites, and there's kind of a reason for that too that we're hoping to explore later on. But just many Christian's kind of, I love his work. I wasn't aware of his work until this show, but I've shown it to my students. I'm so in love with how he thinks about audience and incorporates audience. So we selected a piece that's a little bit of a performance, but having that work kind of move through the city in his commanding voice. So you can imagine you're like walking down the street and you hear Christian just kind of like screaming at these audiences, talking about unity and uniting as well. So as much as it is about the video, it's also about the audio that will be moving as it's moving through the city as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because the environment of the work is changing as it's also changing the environment. These sites are often, many of them are often silent or still, and the exhibition moving through is really bringing a sense of dynamism that does not exist in these places often. And also playing on these ideas of public versus private, of propaganda versus art, what is political and what is personal, which I think is so, these dichotomies that are so relevant to the book, to the exhibition project, and to your work that you showed in Malmo. And so, moving from, well, I just did want to say one more thing about the exhibition in Chicago before giving you and Andrew a moment to talk about the work that you put into the exhibition in Sweden. That was in January already.
Oh,
10 months ago. I know. So much has happened. Which is that, with Amanda Williams's piece, for example, these are iconic images that we know of hers. They've been in museum shows around the city and around the world, but this new film is really sort of peeling back a layer to what we are most familiar with about the art, a series of work that we're most familiar with from this artist. And in a lot of ways, it extends far past documentation. It's a work in its own right, and that likely wouldn't have happened had we been able to install the work in a brick and mortar, museum type white box museum space, which I think is also where the Floating Museum really shines, is doing these projects in unconventional spaces. And I suppose it's the second time we've collaborated as part of the curatorial exchange.
We've done all types of weird kind of pop-up things. You're definitely someone we can call on.
We like weird. We like a little bit of strange. So I was wondering if you could talk about the work that you showed in Malmo, in Sweden, which were these valises, so based on suitcases.
Yeah. Andrew, did you want to take a shot at that?
Sure. Well, I mean, one of the things was to be able to send something that would be portable and then create environments in the museum itself. So something small that could then unpack, and thinking about the use of transport and shipping as part of the constraint for the show. And so we created 3 valises around 3 different concerns, one about immigration, about movement of people due to climate and political tension and other things. One about borders, specifically about the Mexican-American border and the tensions around that. Another one that pops up and is about the potential for an exhibition. It was a kind of transparent piece that created a pop-up vitrine that was a kind of future exhibition that we intend to fulfill with our partner. So it's a kind of installment on a long-term work in progress.
You say an exhibition. So we were invited to do the exhibition, and then we invited other people into the valise to talk about dreams, like to make a label or something, whatever. And the range of things was mind blowing. It was really great to think about the label as this focus.
Yeah, but it is amazing too that within these sort of smaller environments, you were really using the valise as projects that could not necessarily be fulfilled due to scale, budget, production, all of the things that are truly unsustainable for the spectacle that is the art world of traveling shows and international biennials. There's always this idea that bigger is better, where the biggest part potentially is the imagination. So to show these more contained proposals for unrealized works.
You're right. I mean, one of the ones that really stuck out to me is Armhan Suentes, who as a piece said she wanted to buy her parents' store, so they didn't have to pay rent. Like, she wanted to buy the building, so to own, and that as a piece. And I just thought that was just amazing. So to your point, it's not necessarily something that you can plot down or maybe not sit in. Some people really kind of challenge the notions of what it is, and it's more, in this case, I do agree, it's more valuable to ponder and think about these things as a reflexive moment versus the actualization, which it's nice to do, like figure out how that could happen, but it's also nice to have the idea or concept moment as well. And the final piece was actually a valise that was like a book of monuments, problematic monuments, for whatever reason. It's almost like a flip book. It could be an animation, but the idea was this archive of blanked out, silhouetted monuments. So in a moment of thinking about monuments, thinking about who gets to make monuments, that's something we spend a lot of time with right now too, about placement of monuments, the making of monuments, who makes monuments, who gets to, what's the purpose of it. So we made a speculative kind of book about that.
Right. Great. Well, thank you both so much. I think that we have one last video here. Am I correct in that?
I think we're okay. The video that we just saw was a little bit of a sneak peek. So if you want to see the full array, come on back to the site. We have a lot more that's going to spill out as the snow starts to come down and people start to go indoors. So
yes, and for everyone that is in Chicago, the book launch for the publication will be at the new Floating Museum space.
That's right.
From 6 to 8 p.m. Central. If you guys just want to give the address to everyone who's
it's 949 East 75th Street. We'll be there from 6 to 8 as well. Yeah, feel free to come by and see our new shabby chic digs.
It's great. Congratulations to you both, and I can't wait to see everything that I can through a screen of this exhibition.
We're going to document everything. It's going to be like you're there. It's going to be like 3D, like you step into.
Exactly. Well, thank you both so much. We're going to move on to the next panel here, which is with Louisa Farshu from Art 2030, the non-government organization that Kirse was mentioning in her introduction.
Thanks, Steph.
Hello, Louisa.
Hello. Good to see you.
How are you? Good
Very
to
well.
see you as well. Yes, thank you so much for joining. We've had already a morning of exciting talks and to showing everybody more about Art 2030 and the interspecies assembly that you've been working on, as well as all of your projects. And just to go, I guess, a little bit backwards before, in the introduction, Kirse was mentioning how, two things really led to the conception of the Sustainable Societies for the Future exhibition and project. One, of course, was the trip to Chicago as part of the Expo Chicago Curatorial Exchange. But the second also was coming back to Copenhagen, where she was at the time, and speaking with you and working with Art 2030 and thinking about how those two things could really come together, even though they seemed so separate at the time, to highlight artists from not only Chicago, but also some of the international artists that you've been working with for Art 2030 and the mission as a whole. And I know that you've prepared, a sort of short, medium presentation for today, and I'll pass it over to you. And then from there, I'm hoping we can speak a bit more about some of the concepts that you've been working on and how they relate to the Sustainable Societies for the Future project. So.
With pleasure. Yes. So, well, I am the founder and director of Art 2030, the nonprofit organization that connects art and the United Nations global goal. So this, which really is the best plan we have for people, planet, and prosperity. So with the help of the global goals, we will be the first generation who can eradicate poverty and the last that can tackle climate change. So perhaps we will move on and see some images now. Yes. For the goals to be met by 2030, everyone needs to do their part. So that's government, it's the private sector, the civil society, and the general public. We all have a responsibility. We simply need every single person to engage in the goal, and we need to bring artists, scientists, world leaders, and the people together, and can't afford to leave anyone behind. And Art 2030 believes that art has a very important role to play in this, because that art really can capture attention, stimulate imagination, and ignite action. And I would say that artists has always reflected on the society they live in and reflected upon the societies. Always been imagining the future and inspiring us to see what's possible. So that's why we think it's vital to bring art to the negotiators' table, because art is a universal language. It really can transcend borders of many kinds. It can speak to our emotions and hearts, and it can communicate complex issues in a way that we can relate to and understand. So working with the world's best artists, Art 2030 facilitates both physical and digital art projects to inspire action for the goals. And at the core of Art 2030 mission, yes, of course, it is to support the United Nations. And over the last couple of years, we've been building a strong connection between the United Nations and the art sectors. So as a non-profit organization working with art as a catalyst for change, we create impact by opening people's hearts, mind, and imagination to inspire action for a healthy and sustainable future. Since our founding in 2017, We have initiated major art projects with artists like Ai Weiwei, with whom you've just seen a couple of images by, Jeppe Hein, Yoko Ono, and facilitated events with the art sector, and also launched advocacy campaigns for the global goals. So we focus much of our practice in two primary methods. One being by scaling the world of world-renowned artists on really large-scale commissions that inspire audience through the experience of monumental art, and then through advocacy work created in collaboration with leaders across our sector in the forms of events, activations, and campaigns. So you have seen a couple of images here that show some of the projects we have worked with. The first one was Ai Weiwei's Soleil Levant, where Ai Weiwei collected more than 3,500 life jackets. He collected them at the Greek island of Lesbos and have very, very strong piece. The following image you have seen is from Art 2030 New York, where we had a week of art for the global goals and partnering with galleries where they hosted panel discussion, performances, and special events. And then at the last image is Christian Falsnes, whom I know you will be speaking to later. So Christian made the goals, a video work to engage audience in the global goals. It's a really cool artwork and I recommend everybody to see it. Moving on to other of our projects, Breathe With Me. Yes, here we go. Breathe With Me is a multifaceted and very long-term project together with artist Jeppe Hein. The project launched at the United Nations in Central Park and the United Nations headquarters at the General Assembly and the Climate Summit in September 2019. The mission of Breathe With Me really is to connect everyone from world leaders to the broader public with one universal action of breathing. And really taking the metaphor of breathing to raise awareness about climate action, good health, equality, and more. So the project has had tremendous success. We have had participants and visitors, ambassadors like Macron, Bloomberg, also the secretary, the Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed, Pippi Lotti-Rist, and many more. So this project has by now had an estimated potential reach of 125 million people through media and social media and educational programs and of course the physical projects. So it's really been traveling in the form of installation and educational workshops across 5 continents around the world. So that was just to give a brief sort of introduction to what we've done the last couple of years. And now I wanted to tell you about our most recent project, the Interspecies Assembly by Superflex. But first a little about the Art 2030 method. Because when we sort of want to put focus on a specific, we can take the next picture so you have something to look at. Yes, the Interspecies Assembly, but the method first. So when we want to put a focus on a specific area, we look throughout the world and see, okay, which artist already have an in-depth practice with this subject. And from there, we go back to our knowledge about the global goals and the networks within politics, science, technology, and more to bring together collaboration for outstanding projects that really can engage everyone in a common goal. So that is the case of the Interspecies Assembly by Superflex for Art 2030, where we are raising awareness about biodiversity protection, nature conservation, and climate action. Because in September 2021, during the 76th 6. United Nations General Assembly, the annual gathering of world leaders and representatives across humanity to address and act on our planet's most urgent crises. Superflex and Art 2030 launched the Interspecies Assembly, which is a twofold art project that brings together the voices of all forms of life to these discussions and decisions. The Interspecies Assembly features the nightly projection of the vertical migration. Perhaps you could find an image of that. Yeah, I think we'll be there in a sec. So, yeah. So the nightly projection of the film work Vertical Migration on the facade of the United Headquarters building and the sculptural installation Interspecies Assembly in Central Park. Set against the United Nations General Assembly to create a shared experience and awareness across world leaders, art sector, and the general public and beyond, the project reflects the aspiration of a very, very critical moment as world leaders are faced with the urgent need for collaboration to restore balance with nature and tackle the climate and biodiversity emergency while ensuring leaving no one behind. Over the last couple of years, Art 2030 have had a very strong focus on biodiversity and biodiversity loss. Biodiversity, of course, meaning the multitude of species and the ecosystems that provide us with the water we drink, the air we breathe, and the food we eat. And over that period, we've been collaborating and discussing with scientists, following key messages from the UN and examining which artists are working on this in the most powerful way. And that very naturally led into a collaboration with Superflex on the important topic of biodiversity. Yes. Interspecies Assembly emerges from Superflex's in-depth research into the deep sea, climate and biodiversity. So when we began our development phase with Superflex, the most natural setting for the project to open was at the UN General Assembly, leading up to the United Nations Biodiversity Summit and COP26, starting in 2 weeks. Humanity meets once a year to discuss and take action on the most urgent issues of our time. But what about the voices of the other species? If we can set the stage at the most important political moment of the year, then we can continue to ensure that these messages continue to be distributed and discussed across time. This is why we're working with the UN and the key influences from the biodiversity sector, because we need to do everything we can to help assure that the messages we all know continue to be at the forefront of our daily lives. And I think we should move on to Central Park now. Yes, because the sculptural installation Interspecies Assembly, exhibited in Central Park's iconic mall, is a physical gathering site to foster dialogue between species. The artwork stands as a monument to this time in history where humans made the decision to support all forms of life for a sustainable future. Installed under the protected elm trees in Central Park, Manhattan's largest green space and home to an array of flora and fauna, turtles, ducks, fish, as well as more than 230 species of birds and many thousands of trees. Interspecies saw a lot of animals interacting with the sculpture. It's a series of pin stone sculptures that demarcate a space in which humans must temporarily slow down and actively listen to their co-species. Engraved across the sculpture is an interspecies contract, a call to action that requires that humans participate idles and poses for 5 minutes. As Superflex says, to understand other creatures on the planet, you have to be quiet and listen. So the architecture of the artwork arises from Superflex's ongoing investigation into interspecies living, exploring alternative ways of symbiotic relationship with other species. The gathering site responds to rising sea levels. The pink coral sculptures incorporate the textures, the color and forms that will be best support for aquatic life in a possible underwater future when the sea level have risen. So sculpted into Leo's coral, a material formed over thousands of years, the interspecies is timeless and will outlive many humans' generation. So we really have to fight the climate change. The arrangement of the assembly is a broken circle, and it demarcates a space where all species can enter and exit from all directions in symbiosis. And now to the vertical migration. Vertical migration is a spectacular video installation that draws attention. Could we have the image? Yes, yeah. That draws attention to the role the ocean plays in sustaining the world's biodiversity and climate. It was screened across 4 days during the high-level week of the United Nations General Assembly. To project vertical migration outside of the UNHQ and at this scale, where it can be experienced from near and from miles away, it helped us bridge the discussion and the decisions of UNGA with the rest of the city and the world. The film work invites humans to meet one of the many species we share our planet with. The projection focuses on the cynosophore, a marine animal that functions not as a single organism, but a colony of organisms that work in harmony to keep an underwater society alive. A metaphor for humanity to think about. This particular cynosophore is a creature of the ocean twilight zone, the region just below the ocean sunlit zone. This means deep, dark waters, 200 to 1,000 meters below the surface. So it's a little known deep sea creature, is a critical agent of carbon removal from the atmosphere, because the cynosophore comes up to the surface at night to feed when it's easier to hide from predators. They eat carbon-rich organisms before migrating down to hide when the sun comes up. In the deep, carbon can remain stored for thousands of years. So these organisms truly make the Earth habitable. Coinciding with their vertical migration, the cynosophore travels from the depth of our seas to the United Nations headquarters, becoming the very first official non-human UN representatives. So the cynosophores can be a potential role model for a new perspective of our world. Because of sea level rise, humans will also be migrating vertical in the coming centuries to higher elevations and raised buildings. The cynosophore story is our story. In addition to the physical projects, the interspecies assembly can also be experienced online. We launched a digital exhibition alongside the opening of the interspecies assembly in collaboration with Google Arts and Culture. Bringing together contributors from partner institutions and experts on oceans, biodiversity, climate change, and more. So you can use your own phone to bring an augmented reality cynosphere into your living room, learn about what makes this creature so special, and about the importance of biodiversity, along with the story of the world's artistic development. The collaboration provides a wealth of educational resources and explanations into the topic of biodiversity, thanks to thanks to contributions from partners including the Smithsonian and the National Museum of Natural History, among others. And for anyone who's new to Google Arts and Culture is a non-profit section of Google, and their mission is to make the world's culture accessible to everyone, everywhere. And to do that, they collaborate with over 2,000 cultural institutions from 80 countries around the world on art and culture projects. To us, the collaboration with Google Arts and Culture has been a beautiful example of the collective power of partnerships, because bringing together the political, the scientific, the artistic, the technology, and the people around a common goal, regardless of where we are on the planet, we trust it really can make impact. Because with technology, we can transcend the physical borders and scale the emotional experiences and messages that art offers to the entire planet. So we also see the value of technology and art to drive home the messages of sustainability. Impact and reach, yes. We are still in the process of compiling the full report, but I'm pleased to share that the Interspecies Assembly generated significantly buzz around the power of art and the importance of the SDGs, and the urgent issues of biodiversity, climate, oceans, and partnership, with coverage across the world, among them the New York Times, Time Out New York, the art newspaper Economist, UN News, and many more. The Interspecies Assembly also appeared in a lot of science and architecture and current affairs news. So this shows that really art can really transcend borders and backgrounds. I'm also happy to share that the project was shared and promoted on social media, among others by the United Nations, art sector key opinion leaders like the TBA 21 and artists like Studio Olafur Eliasson. Within biodiversity and ocean experts, we were happy to see the Wildlife Conservation Society, the OceanX, Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute, and among cultural key opinion leaders, of course, Google Arts and Culture, but also Mr. James Cameron, Simon Moss from Global Citizen, and many more. So, and then, oh yes, here the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres endorsed the Interspecies Assembly and added, and allow me to quote, "I'm a strong believer in the power of art, not only as a medium of individual expression, but also as a platform where we can share our collective values and ideas." This week at UNGA, the site of the United Nations Secretary building lit up with images of marine species as part of a public art project symbolizing the relationship between humans and the world's rich biodiversity. My thanks to Art 2030 and all involved in the Interspecies Assembly initiative. Making peace with nature is the defining task of our time. So about the reach estimated by at this current moment, we are over 160 million. So, but this is only the beginning. It's been so exciting to see how everyone has found a common symbol in the Synosophore that we really need to learn from others around us, that we have to work in harmony in order to build a safe future for all. Physically, the Interspecies Assembly will be traveling on to Copenhagen during COP26, a key political moment for the future, and following that to Kunstmuseum in Aarhus. So first from the UN HQ, then to an architectural space, moving on to a traditional art museum. We look very much forward to bringing the Interspecies Assembly to COP at Blocks on Danish Architecture, because here the Interspecies Assembly will be exhibited underwater for the first time, nearly 4 meters below sea level in the Dak Passage on Copenhagen harbour front. So mark your calendars and join us for the opening at 6 o'clock p.m. on Thursday, October 28th. I think, to me, Interspecies Assembly truly shows us how the universal language of art can make complex issues such as climate change and biodiversity loss more visible and bring the world closer together. It's a reminder of our responsibility to protect the planet and its rich biodiversity. We all share this planet, and we have to learn to live in harmony and peace with each other and with nature. We have to move from the Anthropocene to the Symposium. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Louisa. What an impressive series of projects and collaborations, but in particular, this Superflex collaboration for the Interspecies Assembly, I think just contains so many, as you were mentioning in your talk, so many metaphorical possibilities and poetics throughout. And it's really, I think, interesting time right now to be hosting the actual underwater version in Copenhagen next week, because in just 2 weeks, the COP26, the Conference of the Parties for the United Nations Convention for Climate Change, will be taking place in Glasgow on October 31st. And so there's already, here in London, you can see barricades for extinction rebellions, public protests, demonstrations that are happening throughout, and all of this, also on the backdrop of a major international art fair where people are traveling in from all over the world. And so I wonder, if you have an opinion about, some of these projects happening, which you've been working on for such a long time in the grand scheme of, when climate change in contemporary art became a little bit more of a hot button topic. How much you think that Art 2030 has sort of influenced the minds of other institutions, other artists, and how you would want to collaborate in the future with them now that there's sort of a resurgence, a late resurgence, but a more mutual, it seems that there's a more mutual goal to be had now by a lot of these organizations.
I mean, I think that within the last 5 years, at least, we experienced that the art world, that the general interest and understanding of the urgency has really come in so big. From when I started to speaking about the global goals 5 years ago, hardly anyone knew of them. Now it sort of comes in knowledge, and everybody understands the importance of tackling climate change, working. The last couple of years, we've had so many important discussion, of course, on the biosphere, climate and biodiversity, but also equality. With the entire Black Lives Matter, there's sort of a completely there's a very strong understanding of why it is important that we really work together and for these big issues, and at the same time challenge our own ways of working. Having been in the art world for 30 years, I think it's extremely interesting to see we all meet challenges, and none of us is doing it well enough, but at least we try much harder than we have done, and more solutions are coming about. I mean, you see the galleries engaging in gallery climate coalition. There's so many initiatives sort of boiling up now of various initiatives on how you can actually how you can do your part, at least try.
Mm-hmm.
So then I think it's positive.
Yeah, and I wanted to go back to your potential for new terminology, the Anthropocene into the Symbiocene. Was that the word that you sort of coined?
Yes. This is the expression comes to me. I know it from Rasmus from Superflex, and I think it's a very clear image, because of course the Anthropocene being that we live in the age of where humans, it has the biggest impact on the planet. This is just not sustainable. We are only few generations ahead, and we will have a completely different, and in many parts of the world, uninhabitable places. So I think to me it makes sense when Rasmus talks about the Symposium, because that is what we have to do. We have to work. We have to live circular. We have to value the all the natural resources, not just exploit them, but do it in a way that we can recirculate them, so that not only humans but also all other species can be here. Of course, because we don't want to extinct anyone. That's one part, but also because we have to, because if we don't have a future here. Which is also, of course, a layer in the sculptures of Superflex sculpture, because the reason why the sculpture is pink is because that's the color that are they called corals prefer to nest on, and that's also why there's many different surfaces. So the big holes in the sculpture is due to the fact that the most important for a variety of life to live on a sculpture when the sea level have risen is really surface. So nature needs space and time, and that's really also what the sculpture is showing.
Yeah. And obviously, I mean, you've done so many impressive collaborations now with artists, and Art 2030 is a non-government organization, but I'm wondering if you've seen through any of these projects any concrete policy changes or collaboration scientists that have worked with some of the artists that then go back to either the UN or their government organizations. I mean, but that also takes space and time. Has that sort of process started to happen yet, or is that one of the goals at all?
We actually see that some of the initiative we've been taking part in, together with a lot of other good colleagues in the sector, reflects back into policy making. Yes. We will see some more of that next year. Yeah.
So that'll keep us all on our toes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, visibility begets change. It's also part of it as well. Is that even just raising these issues through highly visible artworks will allow the people that need to, it's not artists' responsibility to change policy. Then they would become politicians. But there is so much
of course
symbiosis.
not.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think we all have a responsibility regardless of who we are and what we do. And we can all do anything, something. I mean, of course, artists has a responsibility, but they don't have a different than anyone else. They do have, though, a really important voice because they can take these complicated issues and express it in a way that is much easier for more people to understand. I think climate change or biodiversity loss, it's huge. It's really, really difficult even to comprehend. And it's even harder to see what your individual actions can mean. And that's where I think that when the artists make these very visible and engaging projects, it makes it easier to understand the complexity. And so no, the artists should definitely not, they should be artists, they should not be politicians. I think the power of art really is that art changes people and people change the world.
Yeah. And I was just reading this this sort of book review in the Burlington magazine, and they were talking about how the concept of the Anthropocene really started in the proposals that it started in the 1340s with Florentine painting after the Black Death. So sort of this idea of how art was influenced by what was environmental issues, but on a lived experience was drought, crop failure, pandemic illness, and sort of a mass cultural moment of those three things converging. I'm wondering if at some point in the future, if the Art 2030 projects will also publish some type of book of art history that situates these projects that are happening now within the larger environmental context. Hopefully that's reversing away from complete extinction, or what your sort of legacy plans are in that regard.
I would say, well, first of all, we are all about partnerships because I don't think any of us really can make a big impact without doing it together. So our 2030 is just one voice. We try to inspire as many as we can. We don't, currently, we are a very small organization, so if we find the right partner for making a book like that, we're happy to contribute. Currently, our focus is on engaging the sector because we see the art sector as a really, really powerful amplifier. So if as a small organization, and we intend to stay a relatively small organization, if we can work with all the stakeholders in the art sector and together with them, then we can really, really be a multiplier of impact.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, we're so happy to have had Art 2030 as a partner for the Sustainable Societies for the Future project. And thank you for your contribution to the symposium today. We're going to be taking a small break unless there was anything else that we didn't cover right now. We're going to take a small break between now and the next panel.
Thank you for having me and for making a great seminar.
Thank you so much, Louisa. And for all of our audience, we will be back in about 15 minutes and are just going to have a small break for anybody that needs to take one, and we'll see you shortly.
the matter? Oh, I stuck my pencil. Here you are. There she was. Dignity and culture.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Sustainable Societies for the Future Symposium. Our next panel is going to be with Christian Borish and Christian Falseness. Christian Borish is one of the authors for the Sustainable Societies for the Future catalog, where he wrote a beautiful essay that came out of his book, Social Avalanches. And we were really thrilled to have him speak more about ideas of crowds, energy flows, and all things that relate to the field of sustainability within contemporary art. And we're able to bring in a few contemporary artists into his essay. And Christian Falseness, who was mentioned earlier as part of the Floating Museum keynote with his performative work Elixir, that is on view as part of the Chicago edit, will be speaking more about the process of this performative work, its translation to video, as well as Solo, which was a new commission done for the Malmo Konstmuseum when Sustainable Societies for the Future took place in the Swedish chapter. So it's my pleasure to bring both panelists in now, and I'm just going to wait a moment for them to come on screen. Hello, both Christians.
Hello.
Thank you so much.
Hello.
Thank you so much for joining and for your contributions to this exhibition project and publication. And so I wanted to start. I just gave a brief overview about both of your works and involvements with Sustainable Societies for the Future. And I wanted to start first with Christian Falseness. If you could give us a little bit of an overview of your work, both for the Chicago edit and at the Malmo Art Museum, and then Christian Borish will speak with you about all of the thematics that you had for Social Avalanches and your chapter for this book, as well as your own book on the same topic that published a few years ago. Where we can talk a little bit with each other about this idea of crowds and the importance of collaborating with others. So, Christian F., I'll pass it off to you first.
All right. First of all, thank you for inviting me. I'm happy to be here. And before I dive into the details of those specific works mentioned, I think it may be useful if I just talk a little bit about my practice in general. What are my themes and what type of work am I doing? So I'm an artist based in Berlin, And for the past 15 years or so, I have been working primarily with performance. I was originally very inspired by the performance pioneers of the 60s, and especially feminist performance artists like Belly Export and Carolee Schneemann. And this idea that as an artist, you can use yourself, your own identity, your own body, your own experience in the world as a starting point for exploring social themes and confronting the world around you. So I started out doing performances where I would stand in front of an audience and use myself as material to create images or situations. And at a certain point, I started to have ideas for works or choreographies that would be more complex, that would require more people. But at the time, while I was studying, I couldn't afford to hire performers. So I was contemplating how can I find a big group of people who are willing to take part in a performance by me. And then I had the idea of using the people that are already present in the room, namely the audience. So I had this idea first of, okay, then I will try to make the viewers participate in my performance. And then I did a couple of experiments trying to make that work. And by trying to make that work, I realized that it was not really enough for me to have a concept for a performance I would like people to participate in. I also needed a strategy on how to approach them, persuade them, and address them in a way that make them want to participate in the structure I have set up my performance. And then I started to do research and experiment with different ways of addressing the audience. And at first I was interested in some kind of efficiency. What is the most efficient or most effective way of addressing the crowd if I want them to be part of my work? But the more I started to experiment with this, the more I had the feeling that the interaction taking place between me and the audience was actually more interesting than whatever situation or choreography I had thought out that I wanted them to participate in. And the more I dived into this theme of basically crowd control, or how to move and activate a large group of people, the more I realized that I was dealing with questions related to authority, hierarchy, power, manipulation, basically. And these topics became a main theme in my work. And when I started to look at art, other participatory art, social practices, participatory performances, works that involve groups of people, whether audience or specifically delegated performers, I found that those works were mostly seen, talked, or written about, discussed as if they would be particularly democratic or anti-hierarchical somehow. But what I saw in my own work was exactly the opposite, that of course there is an aspect of co-authorship, of sharing the power, of breaking down certain hierarchies when you allow other people to become part of your work. But at the same time, in order to be in a position where you are able to make other people participate in this case, your art, you need to be in a position of power. You need to be quite high in the hierarchy, otherwise people will not want to follow. So this blind spot, or this confrontation between allowing people power but needing to take a position of power in order to make that possible, became a topic that I'm quite interested in. And in the work Elixir, that is shown in the exhibition in Chicago, I formed this group called Elixir out of the people who attend an opening at my gallery in Berlin, and I try to see how far I can make this group dynamic go, how far people are willing to go if they feel that they are becoming part of something bigger than themselves. So from the starting point of a number of individuals attending an art opening, and as we all know, especially at exhibitions, people enter as individuals. They walk around by themselves. They decide themselves where to look, for how long to look at something. So the exhibition format, the art exhibition, is a cultural format that really put an emphasis on the individual. So from this starting point with these like individuals attending this opening over the course of several hours, I form a group that act as a collective that first changes the whole exhibition space and then goes out on the street and changes the street through a kind of demonstration-like procession where they end up spray painting a large wall illegally in public space. And then we go back to the gallery and go through a kind of group meditation, reflecting on the experience that we have had. And for me, the interesting part about doing experiments like this within the context of the art world is that everything you look at within the context of art, you look at with a certain kind of analytical distance or reflection. So I see my work in a way as a way to provide a frame in which audiences can be part of an experience that can dive into also problematic themes like groupthink and hierarchies and so on, but at the same time being very reflected about what it is they experience. Everybody knows that it's an art performance, and I think that people also take a conscious decision of participating. It's not like going to a football game where the group dynamic is so ingrained in the experience that nobody reflects upon it, but rather taking a starting point that is different, turning it into something else, and allowing people to reflect upon their experience in that moment, in the best case scenario. And the other work that was mentioned that I showed in Malmö, in many ways is exactly the opposite. This work was also a way for me to deal with the restrictions of exhibiting my work during COVID times, because in almost all of my works, you have a group of people coming together in a room, mostly with close physical proximity, mostly with either singing, shouting, touching each other, and none of these works could be exhibited. So when I was invited to show my work in Malmö, it quickly became clear that it was not really possible to show any of my existing performance works. So instead, what I did was to create a situation that was only for one person. So only one person can enter the room, and they are confronted with themselves for a specific period of time in front of a large mirror. So it's very open and really put the emphasis on the individual rather than the group, even though it's quite untypical for my work. Yeah, that's an introduction to my practice and to those specific works.
And Christian, I think that we had, I'm not sure, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we have some slides that look at those two performances in particular. So we're going to try and locate those. But in the meanwhile, I think, everything that you were saying resonates so well with Christian Borch's catalog essay. And so I wanted to turn it over to you, Christian. And I know that we do have slides for yours that were just up a second ago. So we're going to bring those back on the screen and allow you to talk through your chapter. And then we'll come back for a conversation that really connects the two of your practices together.
Okay, that's fine, but it's completely fine to me to start the conversation first, if you prefer that, Stephanie, because what Christian just presented, just as you said, it really resonates with the kind of more theoretical work that I've been doing for years. But I'm also happy to go through the slides and do it more formally if you like. Either way is fine with me. Do you have a preference, Stephanie?
Maybe we do it a little less formally.
Yeah. So perhaps I could also speak just broadly, begin broadly with some of the themes that have been central to the kind of work that I've been doing for years, and then I can try to address the ways in which they relate to Christian's work as he just presented. So one of my central interests over the past, I guess, 10 years or so has been the notion of the crowd. So people coming together physically, it could also be in non-physical ways, but the idea that something happens when a person becomes part of a crowd, something transforms within the individual starts to act in ways he or she might not have wanted to do had it been outside of the crowd. So there's a lot of theorization about crowd behavior within sociology, which is my discipline. And one of my key interests has been in the ways in which sociologists have conceived of crowd behavior. So if you look back at the late 19th century, for instance, when the discipline of sociology was established, like many other social sciences, then back then, almost all sociologists would take a key interest in the notion of the crowd. So the basic idea that they had was that if you want to understand modern society, then you really need to understand the crowd. And if you look at contemporary sociology, then hardly any sociologist would take an interest in crowd behavior. So I've been interested in this kind of transformation. How could it be that the notion of the crowd occupied such a central position in sociology back in the founding years, and how come it more or less disappeared or was consigned to the dustbin of sociology in the present? Now, one of the interesting features of classical theories of crowds would relate actually to much of what Christian just said, that you have this schisma, if you like, between the crowd itself and its leader. So there's a lot of theorization about how crowds are constituted by a leader who's sort of, guiding it, providing motivation, etc., etc. And obviously this way of conceiving of crowds would point to the issues that Christian raised in terms of hierarchies, power, etc., etc. But one of the things that I've been looking into that sort of destabilizes some of these notions and also speak to Christian's work, I think, is some very interesting work that appeared in the late 19th century in France. So a bit of background explanation, perhaps. Back in the late 19th century, the kind of key explanatory mechanism that sociologists would refer to when they try to explain how people are transforming within crowds, the key explanation offered would be hypnotic suggestion, that people are quasi hypnotized when they become part of a crowd. So that's the reason why they start acting illegally or brutally or violently in the crowd. But there's very interesting work in French psychotherapy at the time that some of the crowd theorists would draw upon, which suggests that when you are hypnotizing a person, this need not lead to full submission of the person. Rather, hypnosis is also conditioned on some kind of free will on part of the person who is being hypnotized. So hypnosis relies on some kind of willing subjection or willing submission to hypnosis. And I think that's precisely the kind of schisma or relationality that Christian is addressing here, that's or what I would call tensional individuality, that the individual is always sort of captured in this tension between mimesis on the one hand, being exposed to external influence, and at the same time having on the other end some kind of internal sovereignty, if you like. So in many situations we are oscillating between one pole or the other. And I think Christian's works probably thematizes these kinds of oscillations, that the participant coming to the exhibition might come as a sovereign individual, but might be subsumed under the crowd effect of the performance. So it's this negotiation between mimesis and anti-mimesis that I think is really at the heart of classical crowd theorization, and which is also, I think, being addressed in Christian's work. So that's why I find it so fascinating that we are sitting in this joint panel. I think I'll just leave it here for now.
We're also sitting alone in our video screens while talking about crowds. I mean, it's a very interesting conversation. I wonder, Christian F., if you can talk a little bit about what he was just mentioning about this idea of hypnosis. Have you ever reached that, you think, in your performative works, where participants sort of fall into or have performed certain aspects of the work maybe better than what you were even anticipating them to do, just by sheer either hypnosis or mirroring those that were around them?
Yeah, well, I mean, there was a lot of interesting things being said by Christian before, and first of all, I have been working also with actual hypnosis. Like, I have been working together with people who is producing hypnosis albums to stop smoking and stuff like that, in order to learn those techniques as well. It's not something I've been using a lot, but I have been using actual hypnosis techniques. But I often talk to people afterwards, people who have participated in some of my performances, who say that they suddenly did things that they never thought they would have been able to do, or that they never thought that they would like to do, and that in that moment it just felt right for them. I have experienced a couple of times that people afterwards felt like there was a kind of pressure to be part of the action, even though I possess no real power. I'm not their boss, I don't have any weapons, but still people felt compelled, maybe not so much by me, but more by the fact that they felt as a part of the group. So if you start to say yes to become part of the group, and you take the first steps toward becoming part of that group, there's also a lot, I think, feeling of responsibility to go all the way through. And the longer you go within that crowd, the more difficult it becomes to step out, because you already invested a lot, not only for yourself, but also for the others. So you feel responsible for the others in a way. But I also think that, I mean, for me personally, I find it uninteresting if the works I do become only about pushing people's limit, manipulating them, showing how far you can make them do stuff they don't want to do. And I also find it uninteresting if it becomes only about liberating the viewer and creating a frame where everybody are free and equal. I think the interesting spot for me is somewhere exactly in the middle, where there is an aspect of power and manipulation, but you also allow people to do and experience something that they want to experience. Like, it's fun to paint the walls of a museum and dance on the tables and run out on the street. It's like stuff you normally don't do. There is a deep pleasure in experiencing that kind of social transgression. So it's not only about me bringing people to do something I want them to do, it's also giving them a frame in which they can experience something they want to experience. So it's both. That's what I find interesting. And sometimes people ask me how my work relates to social experiments like the Milgram experiment and so on. And for me, the fundamental difference is that people are completely aware of what they go into. Like, everybody knows they are in a museum or an art gallery. Everybody knows it's an art performance. Everybody knows they can leave anytime they want to. And there is no illusion of actual power being held over them. The only power is the power of the social dynamic in the room. And that's quite important for me. So this element of individual choice is something that I find very important for my work, but also very important in general to point out that there is an element of individual choice. That's also why it's so important to, I believe, to create these experiences where you reflect upon the individual choices you make in such a situation. If that makes sense.
Christian Borsch, I'm wondering if you have any additional sort of psychology analogies or market analogies to compare to some of these aspects of how the performers work in Christian Falsness's work, or how they behave.
I mean, so I think what's really crucial here would be two things. First, as Christian said, I would agree that the interesting thing is not so much sheer manipulation or pure individuality. It's the kind of negotiation that is taking place between them. So that's the first thing. The second is that this negotiation obviously changes character once you're together with other people. So the group has its own dynamic, and I think that's a very crucial point, and it's a point that if I'm looking at my own discipline, sociology, it's a point that has actually been forgotten, unfortunately, that the group carries its own dynamics. So back in the days, as I said, the crowd psychologists would really emphasize that the crowd has a kind of self-organizing dynamic to it, that something actually happens in the actual event. And what happened in later sociology was, this early notion of the crowd as a quasi-hypnotist phenomenon was severely critiqued later on because it repressed the individual. That was one critique. It was also very gendered and racially biased. That was another critique, which was completely fair. But the problem was that the scholarly reaction to it was that sociologists came up with a notion of the crowd just being composed by individuals who are pursuing their individual objectives. So a crowd is nothing more than a mere aggregation of individuals, each pursuing their specific individual objectives. And I think what is missing in that kind of theorization is precisely the idea that the crowd carries some kind of, if you like, organic surplus, that something actually happens once you become part of a physical collectivity. And so that's why I'm also curious about what happened. I realized that this must have been very difficult for Christian to do performances, exhibitions without the audience. So when in a COVID-19 situation when people are entering alone, so I would be curious about how much of an effect that actually has for your work. Because as you said also before, Stephanie, that there's a certain irony to the fact that we are sitting isolated, each of us, talking about crowds, right. but still you can obviously still be part of a crowd, even if you are sitting back home and you could be watching the same TV shows, eating the same food, that kind of stuff. So you can still take part in these mass events, crowds events, even if you are sitting isolated. But I'm curious about what effects this would have in Christian's work, that people coming in individually or separated, people coming in very moving apart from one another in the exhibition space. What that happens, or effect that has for your work?
Well, I think the real effects that this will have on my work, I think, are yet to be seen. I mean, for me, it was dramatic because, as I said, I couldn't show any of my works, and almost all of my planned exhibitions were cancelled. Of course, I can show videos as well, which I thank God have, but I mean, I've been contacted about several attempts to do online performances or some kind of virtual, which I don't know, for me doesn't work so well. I think my work needs physical proximity. It needs the adrenaline, the smell, the bodies in the room for that kind of dynamic to appear. Not to say that I would never do something that was purely virtual or digital, but I haven't yet found the right way to do it. I just wanted to react to one thing that you were saying as well, about the crowd merely consisting of individuals with their own agendas. I definitely believe that a group can be bigger than the sum of its individual parts, and I oftentimes experience that the group dynamic within the group that I kind of constructed even went out of my control, that people themselves started to take ownership over the crowd and the performance and wanted to make it even better or sometimes different than what I expected or what I had planned. And I just find it difficult to see how that kind of dynamic can emerge when people are sitting alone in front of their computers. I think there is something happening when people look each other in the eyes, when they feel the desires, the sexual tension.
Desire and discomfort.
And discomfort, yes, for sure.
Yeah.
I find it difficult to see how that can be replaced. And what I mean about the long-term consequences of the COVID crisis is all the changes in social rituals that we have experienced. Just something like not shaking hands. That's huge. That's a really, really big thing, not to shake each other's hands. Like, how will that affect performances like mine, for example, even when the crisis is over? I think we don't really know that yet.
Yeah. And I wanted to switch gears also in terms of language and terminology that you both have been using, and you, Christian Borsch in particular, the metaphor of avalanches and landslides and other ecological phenomena really come through in your essay, and I'm wondering how you've thought about that, or how the nomenclature of how you've described your research into sociology has sort of adopted this natural elements of the natural world.
Yeah, it's a good question. So actually, I'm taking the notion of the avalanche from early crowd theory. So the early crowd sociologists would deploy that notion to describe the crowd. So the crowd is like an avalanche. That's essentially what many of them are writing. And then I found in some work by a late Danish physicist called Per Bak, also reflections upon avalanches. So he made some interesting work on so-called self-organized criticality. So that's essentially the idea that you can have physical systems, but also non-physical systems, where his basic template or his basic model is the so-called sand pile model. So if you have a table and you add some grains of sand to the table, then eventually a pile will build up. And if you
like
keep adding,
like a sandbox, or like an hourglass kind of?
like a pyramid.
Okay, like in an hourglass, like when an hourglass falls.
Yeah. So the point is, I mean, it's just an image, but the same process could take place in all kinds of systems. But the point Per Bak makes is that eventually the sand pile would enter a critical phase where just one more grain of sand would lead to a fundamental change in the entire sand pile, and that's also what he refers to as an avalanche in this kind of system. And so my idea has been to try to, I mean, it's not that's an image of it. So the idea was not to promote metaphors from nature necessarily and adopt them uncritically in sociology. There's a longer tradition for thinking about how you might deploy notions from one sphere and then generalize it and re-specify it for sociological purposes. And I have a longer discussion about that in the book. So I'm not trying to make an analogy between natural systems and crowd behavior, but I'm trying to go a kind of longer route to get from insights from Per Bak, for instance, self-organized criticality and early work on crowd behavior, and then distill some insights from that and deploy them to understand also social avalanches amongst algorithms. That's very key to the work that I'm currently doing. I'm studying financial markets and how algorithms within financial markets are trading with one another. And I'm deploying this terminology also to make sense of these kinds of interactions that can take place between or among algorithms and also the financial crashes that they might unleash, which I then characterize as social avalanches among algorithms. So I'm using this language to make it deliberately broad so that I can deploy it to both systems consisting of human beings, but also ways in which human beings are interacting with non-human materials, but also actually among non-human materials, for instance, algorithms.
Yeah, which interact amongst themselves and almost make their own human rules. Kristen Falseness, I'm wondering if you can talk about your relationship to sustainability, going back to the initial presentation that you made about your work, where you said, you know, as a student, it was difficult to afford to pay a bunch of performers, and so you decided to work with the people that are already there, and how you see this as sort of a sustainable method in your practice as well, that could potentially be adopted by other artists or institutions, or thinking about works that don't necessarily have to commission hundreds of performers to do a single artwork, but how you've really found that your place within sustainability is working with what you have around you.
That's a very interesting question. I never intended these works to be related to ecology or sustainability in that way, but I can definitely see the point of what you're saying. It's interesting also because, coming back to what I said completely at the beginning of performance art in the 60s was very much this idea of being able to make an art just with what you have, yourself as material, just with your body, also as a way to go against the market and all of these things. And now performance has really become the new large-scale production type of work, as you say, employing hundreds of performers, oftentimes flying specific performers around the world. And I always thought it was interesting to work with what is present where you are. In my case, the people. So an aspect apart from the sustainability of working with the people that are already present is also that the work will always be about the people in the place where the work is shown, because in my work, I have developed to a point where rather than working with my own body and my own identity as the main material of the work, I kind of work with the identity and the body of the viewer as the main material in the work. So that's why the work will always reflect the socioeconomic reality of the place it's shown, because it's being filled and performed by the people who attend the place in which it's shown. But I can definitely see a possible method. I mean, I have seen it myself during the last years, where I have been flying less than I have normally done for many reasons, and the fact that I can direct a local performer over Zoom, that they can then make the visitors perform wherever the work is being shown. That's a big potential for for having potentially a large scale performance work with very little actual financial and logistical efforts.
Yeah, it does come back to the psychology of it, though, because I've had to do that as well, and the Sustainable Societies for the Future project really came out of this, which is that in place of having a massive exhibition in Chicago that traveled from Malmo, which we were hoping, there is this sort of decentralized exhibition that is taking place over talks and programs and screenings and performances of local artists. But it does, I don't know, I may be cynical. There are certain challenges that I think are good to rise to and to reform and to rewrite, but then there are other challenges where it's just, there's simply no replacement for a human experience.
Yeah. But that's what I'm talking about.
It works to a certain point. Like right now you have the contact that you could send a Zoom instruction to, but that could only maybe last a few years until the needs of a performance or the needs of an artwork or the needs of research, in the case of you, Christian B, would be that you need to go and witness and see how things have changed. And in some ways there is no replacement for the in-person experience, but maybe I'm old-fashioned.
No, I completely agree on that, and I'm definitely not a big fan of neither online exhibitions nor Zoom conferences in general. Sorry.
But here we are.
I completely agree with that. But what I'm talking about is not. It's exactly not replacing the physical experience with a video or a Zoom call or a conference or anything like that, but rather to create a form of work that can be staged by local audiences wherever they appear. Yeah. And this is something I have been trying to do myself for a long time, and I think it's a problem that has to be solved fundamentally, artistically, rather than logistically. It's not something that a programmer or a curator can solve. It's something that artists will have to solve, because it's about the works themselves, I think.
Yeah, agreed. And I think we're going to have a few questions from the audience shortly. I see people typing in the feed here, but let's give the internet a moment to catch up. So maybe in between that, it would be helpful to hear what projects or research you both are working on next. That's usually my last question, is what the future sort of holds for you both. We can start with you first, Christian Borsch.
Well, yeah, so the crowds have been haunting me for many years, as I said earlier, and I'm trying to get some distance to them. So for the past couple of years, I've been working on algorithmic trading, which on the face of it is completely different from human individuals crowding. I'm sure you're familiar with these images of human traders on trading floors, jumping, yelling, that kind of stuff when selling securities. Markets don't look like that anymore. So it's really algorithms, fully automated algorithms that are trading with one another. So I've been interested in that field in part to see whether any crowd dynamics emerge there. So that I'm working on a new book on that topic, but after that, I expect to look more into machine learning, in particular deep learning, that grows out of the current work, where we have done a lot of interviews and ethnographic observations of trading firms that are deploying algorithms for trading purposes. And some of these firms are specializing in machine learning. And I find it quite interesting to see how markets are changing because of that. That now it's actually machines coming up with trading ideas rather than human beings coming up with the ideas and then programming the ideas. So I'm interested in that field and discussions about so-called explainable AI. How can we explain possibly how deep neural networks are operating? So it's pretty far from the crowds actually, but that's the direction I'm heading.
Yes and no. I mean, at the same time, also it brings up, I think, really interesting ethical concerns about criticality and what human criticality exists within a market or within a crowd. And when a machine has learned it itself, where does that sort of fall? But that's super interesting. And Christian Falseness, we have a question for you from the audience, which is, coming from Denmark, what do you want audiences to take with them from your performances? We've talked a lot about what happens within the realm of the performance, but what do you want them to keep afterwards?
Well, since I make the audience the main performers of the work, in a way they have the chance to experience themselves becoming an artwork. And as I mentioned before, for me, it's rather than wanting the audience to have a specific kind of experience, it's much more about allowing them the self-reflection that can lead to things that I can't even imagine beforehand. Like in the best case, they come up with ideas that I didn't even think myself, and I'm often in contact with audiences after performances, and I'm always very interested in the feedback they give, because many times people have thoughts about the experience that I didn't think of myself. So I think there can be as many different possible experiences within one of my work as there are people attending.
Perfect. Well, I want to thank you both so much for sharing your insights. Yeah, this has been one of my favorites because it brings together the book, the writing we've been working on the whole time, and the exhibition. So thank you both for your perspectives and sharing more about your practice. And yeah, I can't wait for everybody to both read your essay, Christian Borsch, and to see your work, Christian Falseness, in Chicago. So we're going to take a little bit of a break between now and the next session, but I just wanted to say thank you both.
Thank you very much.
And you have no objections to working on weekends?
Oh, not at all. My time is completely my own.
Okay, hello everyone, and thank you again for joining us at Sustainable Societies for the Future, the Chicago Edit Symposium. For this next and final panel for today, which is taking place on October 15, we do have a full symposium schedule as well for tomorrow on Saturday, October 16. But our final panel today is on structural racism within the built environment, and all of the systemic things that sort of feed into that. And I'm thrilled to be joined by two of the artists and one contributor for the publication, Sustainable Societies for the Future, Mina Henriksen and Max Guy. Mina is based in Helsinki and Max in Chicago, and thrilled to be joined by an architect based out of Detroit, Imani Day, who has been doing so much work within this in terms of architecture. And so thank you all for joining us today and helping us to close out what's been a really great day of fruitful conversation and context surrounding the Sustainable Societies for the Future project. Just to give the audience sort of a primer of how today's discussion will go, we're going to have presentations by each of the panelists, starting with Mina, then going to Max and Imani, and then open up into a group discussion that really covers all of the context for the show and their respective practice. So we will go away briefly and hand it over to Mina, and then see you all very shortly.
Hello. Thank you very much. It's really nice to be here online. I am actually in Germany, in Stuttgart at this moment. So here I thought to speak about, not about the artwork which I have in the exhibition there in Chicago, but about the text that I have in the publication, which is titled Monuments of Suburbia. So I will briefly talk about that. Yes, so there are some images as well of the artworks which I will speak about. Okay, so well, a starting point for my analysis of the public space in Helsinki and its artworks has been the fact that the Nordic countries are societies founded on racist institutional practices. Race science was a highly influential scientific discipline in each of the Nordic countries in the 19th and early 20th centuries, when the nation states and their various institutions were established. While traces of these state-funded and officially celebrated racist practices in the sphere of science have been actively hidden in the post-Second World War European climate. Nevertheless, in other fields, for example art, they still remain very much present. And some of the most celebrated national artists have actively contributed to creating images of so-called ideal racial types, or they have painted monsters out of the so-called inferior races. So considering this racist history and Nordic and the cultural roots in the Nordic countries, it is not a big wonder that in today's Nordic capitals, the division lines of race and class complement each other, and non-European or non-Western migrants are among the most underprivileged populations in the Nordic countries, in the Nordic societies. In the text that I have in the book, I focus on Helsinki, which I know the best of the Nordic cities and where I am also living currently. And in Helsinki, I am looking at 4 artworks in public space within 4 suburban districts. So these artworks in their context represent what can be called 4 characteristics or typologies of Helsinki's relationship to foreign populations. In the book Sustainable Societies of the Future, you have images of these artworks, and now luckily they are also here. In the book there are photographs taken by myself, but here I have now just taken screenshots from the Helsinki City Art Museum's website. So I am just here presenting some general conclusions that I arrived at in the text, not really going so deep into these 4 artworks. But before that, it is still important to acknowledge that Finland differs from the other Nordic countries in being historically a place of work-based emigration away from Finland rather than immigration into the country. With large waves of emigration to Sweden still in 1960s and 70s, while 1980s was a time of very strong economic growth in Finland. But then already in the early 1990s, a severe setback in the developing economy and welfare prosperity was experienced, and this was a result of Soviet Union, the main trading partner of Finland, collapsing. Recovery from the deep recession in Finland in the mid-1990s was a chance to implement at that time relatively new and trendy neoliberal measures rather than to secure welfare for all. As a result, the rich became richer and the poor stayed poor and unemployed. This was the start of rapid segregation of the suburbs. It coincided with immigration to Finland starting. The first immigrants who arrived in Finland were Somalians coming to Finland through the border from the Soviet Union. which was, of course, the country that had ceased to exist. And these Somalians, they became an easy and, of course, a wrong target to people's disappointment in the Finnish suburbs. And from then on, the gap between the rich and the poor has continued to grow, and the city has become increasingly segregated. So in my text, I classify the suburban areas in Helsinki into 4 characteristically different types. One of them is bourgeois, prestigious, ethnically white Finnish areas. The second one is white middle-class residential areas, where this kind of detached houses or terraced houses are typical. Then the gentrified creative class hip areas. And the fourth category are run-down immigrant areas, typically of apartment blocks built after the Second World War. The wealthiest areas of Helsinki are near the city center, along the waterfront, whereas the poorest areas are on the fringes of the city, along the metro and the commuter rail lines. So if we can go to the images, can I have the first image back? It's a statue with 2 horses. Yes, thank you. Then I will say when the second image can go, but let's have this first one now. Thank you. So in my text, yes. So this is one of the examples of artworks, and this is in the bourgeois, prestigious, ethnically white Finnish neighborhood. In other words, it could be the posh conservative area, where the Helsinki City Art Museum relocated a bronze statue. No, sorry, this is a granite statue in 2015 by artist Gunnar Finne, who was a right-wing nationalist artist. And this artwork is titled Horses, and it is from the year 1940. And Gunnar Finne, with his artworks, aimed to place the Finnish nation in the same trajectory with the ancient Greek civilization and the core of Western values, in a similar way as the Nazis, with whom Finland had just at that moment started to collaborate when Finne made this particular artwork, the horses. And if we can have the second example, thank you. So this second example is from a white middle-class residential area, a suburb built in 1950s, which used to be a white Finnish working-class neighborhood. And it became a problem neighborhood in the 1960s, but has in the recent years and decades become an increasingly middle-class neighborhood. Even to the point that it is nowadays the only area in Helsinki where citizens' democracy is practiced. And here we have a sculpture by Miina Äkkijyrkkä. It is titled In the Morning. It's from 1978. And it was originally placed in this area, but then removed for a few years and reinstalled in 2018. So the realistic style bronze sculpture portrays 3 calves, and when reinstalled, the sculpture was elevated from the street level onto an unusual looking pedestal resembling a wall of a farmhouse or an old rural fence. Here the subject matter as well as the new plinth clearly refer to the times before urbanization. There is a nostalgia for a more, so to say, innocent Finland, a longing for the times gone by, spoiled by mass movement from the countryside to the city after Second World War. And even perhaps we can further continue and see in the sculpture a homage to the times before waves of immigration to Helsinki. And if we can then go to the third, thank you. So the third case is Oona Tikkaoja. Tikkaoja's artwork titled Dream. It's from 2012. And this is located in a largely immigrant populated area where there are apartment blocks built after the Second World War that are quite run down and in a miserable condition. It is almost a cliché that in areas of high concentration of foreign populations, there is often an abstract, colorful monument that occupies the central square. Such is also Oona Tikkaoja's Dream, that looks like an oriental ornamental hot air balloon. Tikkaoja's artwork was not intended to stay in any location permanently, but to travel from one location in Helsinki to another. In the inaugural speech of the statue in its current location in this Kannelmäki suburb in 2013, the director of Helsinki City Art Museum, Maija Tanninen-Mattila, declared, "Now Dream's turn is to land as if a hot air balloon to Kannelmäki." End of quote. 7 years later, this turn of Kannelmäki has been significantly longer than that of Kallio, where the sculpture was installed only for 1 year. And there are no public discussions to move the artwork again. It seems that its movability was used only as an excuse to get it away from the prestigious city center, where public space is much more competed over. Currently, the original location of the sculpture in the city center in Hakaniemi is a construction site for a new hotel/office/residential complex. In the center area, Tikkaoja's work, according to the artist's own statement, assumed readings related to science as well as the differences between the human and the organic. The artistic concept of flying and heights transmitted well when it was located in Hakaniemi, but in the Kannelmäki suburb, placed in a tight space of the local square, surrounded from every side by high buildings, the sculpture is reduced to a large colorful decoration with the multicultural twist. And then the fourth example, thank you. So this one is in the gentrified creative class hip area. And here we have a sculpture by Panu Patomäki titled The Worker Mother. And this one is a case of capitalizing on working class history with the socialist realistic style public space sculpture, which was made in 1996. That depicts a woman and a girl doing laundry together. And President of Finland at that time, Martti Ahtisaari, so Ahtisaari's wife, Eeva Ahtisaari, was inaugurating the sculpture. And in her inauguration speech, she emphasized the role of the mothers and women in the social movement by saying, with her husband, she has helped to build a better future for her family and the nation. Thanks to her, Finnish society is today one of the most egalitarian in the world. This working mother statue bears national witness to the infinitely valuable work of Finnish working mothers for the good of the nation. End of quote. Sadly, Eeva Ahtisaari's speech nailed the role of the woman in the social movement as the one doing domestic invisible labor, serving her husband and her nation. The mother passes on this role to the daughter through collective laundry sessions, and the cycle continues. So the Helsinki City Art Museum has had a decisive role in placing public space artworks in locations throughout the city. In a meeting memo of the Helsinki City Art Museum board, we can read about the transferal of the statue from Meilahti to Tammisalo this Gunnar Finne's horses. And in that, about the location, it was concluded that it is suitable for the statue. But what exactly does suitable mean in this context? On what parameters is decided which artworks is suitable for which location? Why is it difficult to imagine a prestigious bronze sculpture by a famous national artist such as Gunnar Finne in a problem neighborhood? Or why the concrete sculpture by Heikki Häiväoja sited at the Kontula shopping center could feel like a monolith fallen from the sky in the cute Maunula suburb where neighborhood democracy is practiced. These public space artworks strengthen the existing assumptions of the characteristics of the areas in which they are placed, further adding to their development in that given direction. In these four above cases of public space artworks, one can also observe that the local neighborhood associations have a big say in what they want to see in their public square. Also, it is clear that the individuals or groups who initiate these decisions lack the representation of the whole residential area, nor are they necessarily professionals in art, environmental design, or any other related field. Whatever the motivations for these artworks may be, it seems that a small group of ethnically Finnish, better off individuals assume an understanding of what inhabitants of certain neighborhood want to see, be they local activists or Helsinki City Art Museum staff. I would wish for other ways of determining which artwork goes where, or at least less stereotypical assumptions in determining these locations. So to conclude, art seems like an innocent and harmless thing which exists in the public sphere to merely decorate the environment, to make it nicer and to cheer people up, to facilitate encounters and build communities. But I claim that artworks actively participate in creating identities to city districts, which through branding the history, present and future of the area, participate in raising its monetary value, mark out who should be its inhabitants, and delineate which set of values and what cultural heritage they should be part of. For these reasons, public artworks are an interesting case study. They reveal what is kept hidden in other ways. Thank you
so much. Thank you so much, Mina, and welcome, Max. We're quite far away from each other, which is odd because we're usually both in the same city in Chicago. But I'm very happy to be speaking with you, and it's interesting because I edited Mina's text for the catalog and wrote your text for the catalog, and so we've worked together on various projects, and I think that a lot of what Mina was touching on in terms of public images for sites around Chicago certainly influenced the work that you included at the Malmo Art Museum, not so much the new commission for the Chicago edit, but I'm hoping that you'll be able to go into both of those projects, and so I just wanted to say welcome, and I'll come back on to introduce a quick conversation with Amani before her presentation, but over to you.
Sure. Thanks, Stephanie. And yeah, we're pretty far from, I mean, it seems like everybody's maybe in a different city. I'm actually not in Chicago right now. I'm in New York City, and please excuse me if the space gets a little noisy at one moment. And let's see. Okay, so maybe to preface, yeah, being in New York is kind of a good starting point. I'm actually not from Chicago. I grew up in New York City, and so a lot of my work that kind of thinks through different ways of engaging the city and its visual and cultural identity stems from being an outsider and really being kind of fascinated with some of the traditions. So I think if we can actually screen the video that I shared, if that's possible. Okay, great. So my contribution to Sustainable Societies for the Future is an excerpt from an ongoing study of the Chicago River and a specific tradition of dyeing the river green during St. Patrick's Day. So what you see here actually is filming a silent film of that process of dyeing the river on St. Patrick's Day. I figured I have a kind of concise essay on this process and some of my ideas behind it. When I was in graduate school in 2016, I wrote about the tradition as part of my thesis, and I've updated it, but I figured that might be a really nice kind of introduction while screening this video. So, without further ado, I'll begin with that. So, I went to grad school in 2014. I went to Northwestern University, and it was, you know, my point of entry to Chicago. And since the fall of 2015, I've been obsessed with the river dyeing ceremony that kicks off the St. Patrick's Day parade every year in Chicago. St. Patrick's Day is a pretty big, you know, national holiday. And, you know, the history of the ceremony in Chicago is pretty well documented online. So I'll kind of spare you a long introduction, but this video documents a lot of the process. So in 1961, the mayor of Chicago, Richard Daley, endorsed the dyeing of the Chicago River on St. Patrick's Day as an initiative to reinvigorate riverfront tourism and develop the surrounding area. So he commissioned Stephen Bailey of Journeyman's Plumbing Local 130, which is a local plumbers union in Chicago, to take a boat out onto the Chicago River and dye it green. You know, the Journeyman's Plumbing Union knew that the water would be dyed green because of an accident maybe a couple of years prior. And today, the local dyeing ceremony takes place on the beginning of St. Patrick's Day every year. Sometimes it's during the week rather than, or actually in the last 2 years, really, it's been during the week. And I think that's largely because the city is a little emptier or it's a little less active. And so they're able to do it then. But typically it's actually on a Saturday. It's usually the weekend, I would say prior to St. Patrick's Day. So I guess back to the chemical usage and Local 130 for a moment. In the past, Local 130 used the fluorescent pigment uranine to dye the river. So in maritime traditions, uranine has been used to test water currents, to test the solubility of water, and its solubility in various chemicals is also used in similar quantities to measure pollutants, basically in bodies of water. I believe what had happened was uranine was actually part of the dye that was in the union and the plumbers' clothing. Local 130 claims to have switched recently, or at least in the 1970s, to organic pigments to accommodate environmental concerns. But they keep the current pigment and whatever recipe they're using a secret. And so, yeah, I think my documenting of the river began in 2015. And I was kind of just fascinated by, for one, the construction of the Chicago River is considered an engineering marvel, a civic engineering marvel. What happened in the state of Illinois was civic engineers wanted to create a sort of a portage connecting Lake Michigan, northern branches of the Chicago River, and then the Calumet River and the Des Plaines River to the Mississippi. They wanted to create a kind of pathway from the Great Lakes down the Mississippi and allow a sort of logistical route, and also to kind of to move a lot of the sewage and the litter that accumulated in the city downstream. And this became what is known as the eighth marvel of the world at the time, which was around 1890. You know, the project of building this new river system, developing it, happened between, let's see. So it was, here we go, a little noise. Sorry about that. So let's see. So it was roughly around the 1890 through the 1900s. It started in 1887. So this seemed like a really incredible feat of civic engineering that influenced, the regions throughout northern, southern Illinois, as well as Missouri, and just large swaths of the Midwest and the watershed following or, below the Chicago and Des Plaines rivers. I guess constructing a canal, altering environmental conditions, the flow of the river, and the economy of the city, and the economic development of the state seemed like a monumental kind of form of writing to me. And so what you see in this video is you actually see black dye, right? Now, what I've done is in post-production, I've altered the green because it's such a saturated green. It's almost unbelievable. It seems artificial. And I've turned it black. And when I first started doing this, I was kind of imagining what it would be like to dye the river black and celebrate, another really large population within Chicago. So Irish Americans constitute a very large percentage of Chicagoans. However, that population has kind of diminished in the last, let's say, 10 years. Between 1990 and 2010, for example, the population dropped by about 16.9%, or about 39,000 people. But there's also an incredibly large, population of African Americans and people of the African diaspora who've contributed substantially amongst, many groups in Chicago. And I was thinking about what it would mean, what the logistics would be to honor and to prioritize, one heritage over another. A lot of questions, I think, went into this project, and the answers were much different than the initial questions. And I suppose what I mean by that is, I didn't have the means to really dye a river. I think this was a solution, and this was actually initially a proposal, more so than a finished piece. But after kind of documenting the St. Patrick's Day parade for a number of years, seeing who attended the parade, seeing, what I saw as damage to the river, I kind of decided against it. I saw this proposal, this video, as being enough. As far as, considering structural racism within the city and thinking about, the history of unions, the history of Irish American heritage, Chicago's own sort of strain of cosmopolitanism, I think that as a picture, you know, this 10-minute video and what is a 1-minute video that was in Sustainable Societies for the Future, it presents you with a lot of information. And I think it allows you to kind of come to your own conclusions about really, I guess, a kind of civic discourse around structural racism and environmentalism. I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. And I know that you did a completely different work for the Chicago edit, but we'll leave that for everybody who's in Chicago to actually discover that work themselves. And it will be on view today through Sunday, October 17. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Imani Day, who is an award-winning licensed architect living and working in Detroit. Many of the artists within the Sustainable Societies for the Future exhibition were both from the Chicago and Detroit context, as well as the Nordic countries. And she is the founder and principal of RVSN Studios, whose design research practice has a focus on high-impact design that drives social progress, but also has a teaching practice where her courses emphasize architecture as an intentional act of social justice and advocacy to combat racism and the inequalities in the built environment. And so, Imani, thank you so much for joining us, and can't wait to share more about your current projects and practice with the audience here, and then speak with the artists all together. So I'll leave you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for that intro. The presentation and film from Mina have been so interesting. So thank you for having me and including me alongside this brilliant. So I think we can pull up my presentation and just kind of run through it. I'll try to, so as was previously stated, I'm an architect in Detroit, and I really just want to quickly preface the presentation with two things. So the first will be that this is definitely an abbreviated presentation to fit within a time frame, obviously, but this is by no means meant to be exhaustive research that that defines and resolves everything or anything really at this stage in the game. Also, research that has evolved out of a research grant that started with a really great team of individuals from Gensler. And so this continues to develop. So this is absolutely research in progress. Of course, to all of the reason sources that are named in the presentation. But then second, I think this is about generally informing the design community examples where we, as both a design structural profession and perhaps society, have been and continue to be complicit in reinforcing, whether it's but complicit in reinforcing systemic racism in the built environment. And really this title, Policy Beyond Practice, is really about just understanding that we have to start to understand and learn about the intersection of design and policy and how that actually deeply roots itself in the racism that shows up in the built environment. They cannot really be separate. And so there will be parts of this that may seem familiar because they are more popular examples or more common examples that we can see across cities. And then hopefully there will be some other examples and things in the presentation that will remind people to be more mindful, or maybe you can notice that you weren't known. And then really to just move that into an action item where we change the behavior and kind of processes that happen in our design practice. And so we can go to the next slide. So I kind of just said this, but the practice is definitely not enough. Always felt a personal obligation to rise above practicing according to just or responding to minimum minimally in a city. And so our licensure, when you get licensed as an architect, the oath that we protect the health sphere of our communities. And what this is about is that that's been so selectively applied. You can see that specifically in cities like Chicago and across American cities. I don't know that you can identify that each neighborhood in Detroit, for example, has been protected via health, safety, and welfare by the architecture community. You can see and feel that deteriorating physical structure and violations around the city. And I'm sure everyone can probably relate to seeing that in the physical built environment. And so we have to think and look a little bit more closely at the task of interrupting this and not passively allowing the design community to say, well, if I'm not commissioned to do something, then I don't have any responsibility to actually change anything in our industry, but also just in the actual of the built environment. And so if you go to the next slide, one of the big questions for me has always been, okay, the safety and welfare of whom. We're always practicing and deciding when and where we can apply our skills and actually deploy that health, safety, and welfare, the principles of that in communities. And so why, when I look and walk around Detroit, are there countless examples of that not at all even being considered and or being addressed by both the city of Detroit, and this is not an accusatory thing, but both the city of Detroit and the architecture community, the broader infrastructure within Detroit and beyond. And so if we go to the next slide, another relatively common mantra that will come out of my mouth is that equity can't be optional. And so a lot of times when I spaces such as Detroit Public Schools, and the task is maybe to do something cosmetic, but there is toxic drinking water, aren't working, the heating systems aren't working, the structure is failing. What that becomes an optional thing to ignore when I leave the building versus what do I feel in my own self, the responsibility to respond to. So if you go to the next slide, the mission of this presentation is to uncover those real world examples so that people, though you can passively walk through most projects that architects will touch, there's some aspects of that at an urban policy level that if we are just more aware of, we can be a little bit more proactive about creating a more optimal experience for all communities and being more intentional about that, specifically in Black and Brown communities. But you'll see these two quotes that just say it's supposed to say architectural design is never neutral. And the bottom quote says, for nearly every injustice in the world, there's an architecture that has been planned and designed to perpetuate it. That's from Brian Lee of Design as Protest. And the top quote actually is from various people across the design industry, just saying architecture is either going to help or hinder society. There is no in between. There's no way that it can be impartial. The physical act of being able to be proactive about that is very important. And so, okay, these are big topics. Where do we start? And if we go to the next slide, like I mentioned, this is not meant to be exhaustive, but we'll get some examples of at least a timeline of where we start to understand these policies. A lot of them will be either housing policies. You'll see at least in 1934, at least one FHA, in 1944, another involving Federal Highway Act. But you can just kind of see along this timeline that there are some detrimental portions of housing policy that start to directly affect and destroy countless Black neighborhoods across America. And so you'll start to see maybe in some of the blue and maybe halfway blue, half orange, examples of civil rights that actually move us. They're progressive, so they actually help us as examples of ways to be active about change environment. The best example we have, of course, is ADA and accessible design standards, and the long decades of activism and intentional fight that says the world is not built equitably, physically, and accessibly. And so how do we go about forming a structure that starts to change that and allow people traverse and uses in an equitable manner. And so just as an example, there was never that just wanted to be like every part of the built environment is horrible and it sucks and architects are bad. There are aspects of this that actually just say architects have agency. We have seen it in the past. We can do it again. And we obviously have to be paired with lobbyists, lawyers, and people outside of our profession, definitely policymakers across the board, to be able to be effective beyond our practice and just code minimums. And so I won't go into every aspect of this. We can go to the next slide too. But we can see just examples of just the second part of the timeline would be great. Yep, okay. And so here we can start to see, for instance, examples like in 1981, the planned residential community in Gordon Plaza is built on contaminated landfills. Actually, we can see both by urban policy and zoning, a lot of times environmental racism shows up as a really big issue that continues both, and you'll see again in 2015 and 2018, and there's by no means meant to say that nothing happened in between, but that the environment and actual infrastructural problems that show up in our cities sometimes are acts of racism that can be considered both alongside the architectural profession, and that complicity shows up actually in our work or adjacent to our ways that we can be more vocal. If we go to the next slide, I'm trying to be fast. So I tried to, and we as a group tried to categorize what these experiences look like, and we can go to the next slide and the next slide. And hopefully this FHA, the Federal Housing Administration, is familiar to you, that promoted the racial segregation of refusing to back loans in Black and Brown communities, which then shows up in the world of redlining. If we go to the next slide here, showing the areas, and this is Oakland, there are maps of most American cities that show the aspect of redlining and where it actually shows up. But then you can see here that these areas outlined in red, then by vesting and considering these areas unfit for investment, underdeveloped and left in disrepair. And so if we go to the next slide, I know I'm talking fast, we can still see that showing up in 2020. If you keep up with the New York Times or news in general, covering any sort of urban policy and environmental racism here, we can see that the formerly redlined areas, you can see in the background a map of Richmond, of the collage there, a map of Richmond, where we see that those areas that were formerly redlined actually are warmer, literally physically warmer, because of the lack of investment infrastructure there, and greenscaping, hard versus softscaping, trees, as an example, don't show up in the same way in these areas because of just decades and decades of divesting and deeming these areas unfit, not supporting allowing Black communities to thrive within these areas in particular. If we continue, we also see a good example, and again, good meaning actually horrible example of the Federal Highway Acts, which there are a number of federal highway acts, but you can also see that highways, and I actually kind of understood this, I knew this as a student, but the highways specifically in Detroit and across America, when you get on the highway, you can see where they kind of bifurcate, really damage the edges and the vitality of each neighborhood that the highway touches. So there's no area of the highway within the city bounds of Detroit that does not show that it completely destroyed an area that would have been one neighborhood now turns into two. The resources that maybe come from one side of the highway and the freeway now completely separate from the other. You see the deterioration. We can see that in the next slide, where this is a project I was working on right at the corner of 12th and Claremont, where you can see in the 1906 map, there's a grid and community forming. In 1923, you can start to see the district and an actual tight-knit, stronger community happening here. And then M10 comes through and actually completely cuts that neighborhood in half, separating it from a retail corridor, actually really starting to show reduces a Lodge freeway, which helps in terms of transportation, but then absolutely hurts all of the neighborhood and the blocks that it touches. And you can see that again, if we actually go through to the next slide, where in 1925, similar to what I just showed in the map previous on the slide before, that this is a healthy block. You can see the blocks. You can see the figure here that says that these blocks are healthier. There are retail corridors that are actually active and Black owned potentially at some point in time. And then after, you can see now in 2017, and it continues to look this way, hopefully revitalization efforts say that this community starts to look differently. However, you can see this urban fabric deteriorating in real time. And so are starting to grapple with this, right? Like we understand that the highways damaged communities, both Black and brown and beyond. What can we do to now mend that and address that in a way that starts to put these communities in some ways back together? I won't get into Black Bottom too much because that is a presentation in itself. But this is just another example of erasure of Black communities by way of urban renewal and the introduction of the highways in the sort of downtown area of Detroit, where Black Bottom in Bottoms America, which are thriving Black communities that may, for one reason or another, have been erased, where we get the first Black lawyers, first Black doctors, and jazz musicians, thriving culture, get completely erased. And then there are new, generally white communities moving into these spaces and displaced completely out of where they originally were. And so you can see actually the area around it, around Black Bottom as well, starting to deteriorate as well. And we can keep going, so I can try to wrap this up. Examples I won't get into more, but really in terms of public housing, I think we have an opportunity as designers, and really urban designers more so than maybe architecturally, but to think differently about how we revitalize neighborhoods to combat what may have come out of the public housing Acts 54 or 56 that may have been well-intentioned, but contributed to the creation of just racially segregated neighborhoods with lack of resources, and contributed then again to the civil rights, giving reason for the civil rights movement, which again, we're at a place now where there is a movement needed to actually change the way we practice, and maybe a different way, the civil rights movement of 64. However, momentum up to that point really matters. And so if we go to the next slide, and the next slide, again, this is just a Detroit project, likely don't have time to get into, but the experiential differences, this one resonates with most people. And so at some point in the industry, I had heard in some of the places that I had worked in on maybe higher end residential towers in New York, that there was asks from clients to actually put in a pour door and to separate out entrances by socioeconomic status so that any sort of affordable units were, the tenants of the affordable units were not seen or heard in the building or incorporated into the community of the building. And so these are probably the best examples on the next slide of just showing the difference in that architects are absolutely responsible for and can be vocal in saying, no, we absolutely will not be doing this anymore. We won't allow for a client to ask for this. We don't think that this is a literal act of racism to design this in. I guess you could call it racism and any other sort of bias, to absolutely design in and physically build in a difference for people of different socioeconomic status. And so if we go to the next slide, and these two are hitting really close to home for me as well, just because I work on Detroit public schools. And there have been lawsuits against schools in Detroit that say our environment is unfit to learn. The lights are not on, the system is not working. There's mold in the carpet. There's a bad physical environment surrounding our classrooms. And so both this and the next slide, which shows just generally that access to clean water actually digs deep into the unions of both the plumbing and industry, but understanding what an acceptable level of copper or lead would be in water so that then somebody has to respond is really kind of astonishing to me. And so beyond just being kind of negligent in this way, both by the industry, by infrastructure, by, again, policy here, we start to see that there are absolutely avenues of activism for us to be more vocal and say and do and practice differently. But then if we go to the last slide, this, well, this in between, there was at least just a kind of clip of a newspaper style graphic that just said, all of these examples together, here's kind of like your morning coffee when you're reading. You need to be learning about these things so that the next school that you work on, the next neighborhood you work in, you are aware of issues and traumas in these societies that you should be able to at least be aware of and address and be proactive about talking about, so the team is aware, so that we're not practicing blind. And so if you go to this last slide again, where equity cannot be optional, this is an act of absolutely making this a policy-driven solution for architecture, and allowing everyone to practice under the same rules. Because right now, equity absolutely is optional in each neighborhood and each project that I've worked on. It is up to the architect, and by code, really for some specific code there, we must respond. Like ADA is definitely something where we always respond. But in this case, whether we leave the building with potable drinking water is an optional thing. And so I would just reiterate that equity cannot continue to be optional, and that this is a policy-driven solution to both structural racism in the built environment. But again, we start with learning and understanding where those examples of being the most effective can be. And so the last slide, I think, is just a thank you for listening and being a part of the research process of understanding where we can be more helpful, and actually talking to you is an act of helping so that more people walk away from the presentation informed. And so I think we have 4 minutes left. I'm sorry, but thank you for having me and for listening.
Thank you so much, Imani. And I know technically we have 4 minutes left, but if everybody else is happy to do so, there's just way too much to talk about. So I'll still try and keep it brief, but each of you, I mean, just amazing projects, amazing responses to the environment, both visual and policy driven, and you know, in terms of building as well. Okay, I have so many notes that are sort of drawing each of you to one another, but I think where I want to start is just first by saying it's not a question, but the way that you've all approached insider versus outsider in terms of how social responsibility should be shared and is not optional, I think is really admirable. But coming back to the idea of the panel, you know, through each of your individual practices, it's really how the landscape shifts visually that you are all able to articulate through your various work, whether it's the facet of public sculpture within certain neighborhoods, Max with the using the green screen as water that is meant to be for a parade, but turning it into a much more critical thing. And for Imani, also this idea of highways and bridges as being leftover visual evidence of all of these injustices that have happened throughout the built environment of really any city. You know, you were talking about Detroit specifically, but it happens in Chicago. You can look at the redlining of any major city that's developed over years and point towards all of these injustices. I guess the question, oh, and of course the ADA, which, you know, in terms of talking about a sustainable society for the future, it was that coalition that has allowed even the remotest amount of access to take place. And we're nowhere close to being complete on that. So I guess the question I want to ask all of you trying to sum this up as best as possible is, how do you see divisions within your work as being either a political or aesthetic act? And where do you see it fall along that spectrum? I guess for Mina, this would be specifically how the division of city funds and state funds have helped to give image to certain communities over others. For Max, I think this would be how during the COVID pandemic and the Black Lives Matter marches that the mayor and the city of Chicago chose to lift the bridges that usually host, that have no problem making accommodations for something like a St. Patrick's Day parade, but have a very large problem about doing something for protest, and how you sort of collected those images through artists. And for Amani, how you've been able to also bridge those divisions in terms of, you know, sustainable practices for architecture. So maybe we can just end on that question for each of you, now having seen each other's work, sometimes for the first time. Mina, we can start with you about divisions. We can hear you.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, you could hear me. Okay, I didn't realize. Yes, so the divisions that the public funding create, if I understood you right.
Yes, correct.
In the city districts. Well, I think that in Helsinki right now, there are enormous building projects, like all whole new areas of the city are being built. And these are like huge investment projects, whereas like areas which would need kind of development this is not happening. Although there are but what is happening is actually that many of these kind of more remote city areas, the old, let's say 1960s built shopping centers are being demolished, and instead skyscrapers are being built with office towers where locals cannot have their shops anymore, and so on. So yeah, there are huge investments going on in the city, but definitely not to kind of how to say, not to equal the gap between the rich and the poor in the city, but to just to make more and more areas of the city inaccessible to those who cannot afford, I would say.
Which is the great structure of capitalism, right? That we're maybe more familiar with in America than most parts of Europe. Well, hopefully some of those public funds go towards some type of correction toward, whatever that may be, whatever that reinvestment might look like, as opposed to divestment from private funds. Max, I think that one thing that we didn't touch upon in your presentation was how exactly it was displayed at the Malmö Art Museum. There was the film, of course, March 16, which refers to the St. Patrick's Day Parade, but there were also collage elements and sculptural elements that made an environment for the film to be screened within. And you took, as part of that sculptural environment, various images in collaboration with other artists in Chicago upon those sheets of paper. So I'm wondering if you can talk a bit about your experience of watching the landscape change in Chicago, also walking and finding leaves of trees in order to make these forms, and if you see those works as an element of critique.
Yeah, so that's right. There was a second element to the installation, which was a sort of pile of leaves that were scattered in the same, on the floor of the same gallery. And those works are another kind of ongoing project of mine. Basically what I do is I'll collect leaves just in the fall. So right around now, when the leaves start falling from all of the trees in Chicago, I'll collect things like oak, poplar, ash, maple, really whatever's common. And I go through this kind of process of scanning them and then cutting them from sheets of paper as a way of, and these sheets of paper are often scraps and old texts and photos and things that I've accumulated throughout the year. This time around, I also incorporated, and primarily incorporated, photographs of the Chicago River, and specifically the suspension bridges. No, they're not suspension bridges. I'll skip that part. They're bridges. They are able to, I just don't remember the name. And so they're bridges that I believe, so there are a number of them that basically they traverse the Chicago River right at the loop, connecting it to River North, connecting it to Streeterville, and just, allowing passage from one neighborhood to the next. These bridges were lifted in summer of 2020 a couple of times, largely in May and June, and largely in response to the protests that were taking place around, I guess, just nationwide, basically in response to police violence and, the murder of Black people at the hands of police and rampant racial violence. And I stayed home for most of that. I'll be honest. I did not feel comfortable. I did not feel safe. One thing is I'm immunocompromised. Another thing is that I, just for personal reasons and for feelings of safety, chose to engage the city in a different way at that time. But I asked a number of my friends and peers to collect photos of or if I could use their photos as part of the process of making leaves. So scattered throughout the gallery are these leaves that have just information on the history of the Chicago River, the construction of the river, as well as this usage of, this use of the bridges kind of as a moat from the south side, or, like very much the southern part of downtown Chicago from the north. This is a really largely commercial district. I believe that the city was afraid of things like looting and damaging property. Largely luxury stores are on the north side of the river. High fashion boutiques as well as department stores, and going to the Loop for the St. Patrick's Day Parade annually for a couple of years, or there have been times where I'm in buildings documenting the dying ceremony and everything. But anybody who's familiar with the ceremony and the parade at large is also familiar with the kind of chaos that it breeds in downtown Chicago pretty much the entire day, beginning even at as early as 8 in the morning. People are drinking and bars are open. So it's kind of an incredible sight, a large like kind of bacchanal, and I actually, I started to realize that it marks the difference between a parade and a protest, or a parade and a march. The different ways in which the city is engaged at that time. What is condoned, the actions that are condoned, the people who are there. You start to realize, it's very. I hope in my videos as well, there's this kind of visualization of who's there. You realize it's not just people of Irish descent in America. It's people from various religious backgrounds, people who are really just there to celebrate and to party. On the opposite end of that spectrum of like mass gatherings, you have protests, advocating and arguing for the rights of specific people in the city. You have people who are arriving from the south side, from the west side, incredibly far from the center of the city and from Chicago's downtown. And you see what is kind of condoned as a mass gathering, and what is really, what the city seeks to prevent, actually. And
which is, it's ideological in most ways versus action-based. Having been accidentally within the throes of a parade, it's much more violent and, wild than the peaceful protests that were happening within Chicago in May and June of 2020. At least
that's right.
In perspective. So it then becomes what the city will ideologically condone as something that is acceptable or appropriate in their view, whatever that may be, versus the actual actions of what are taking place. And of course, those things are racially and socially charged.
That's right. And, I think that a lot of these questions hopefully present themselves, or these issues present themselves. But, I kind of, in making works that are, I guess, very decidedly simple, I really just hope that, I kind of start with something else. For example, with this river video, I was thinking a lot about just how civic engineering becomes just writing, using the landscape as a page, and the river becomes this line, this kind of through line. And if you imagine, like a continuum of not just that one portion of the Chicago River, but you see this like stream of black flowing throughout, the entire river system. You get a sense of what is being polluted and all of the lives that it changes. And it's not just, the violence of one moment, but it's a history, and it's a kind of internalized and, it's a tradition. It's a tradition of violence.
Yeah. I think it's a beautiful thing of both yours and Mina's works is that it faces these issues, but not necessarily head on, right? It's not your responsibility to be policymakers, you're artists. So there is also this like layer of metaphor and formality that is approached within the work that is much more open and welcoming to really question some of these ideas. And, it just depends on how far the viewer is willing to look. But it's all there. And I guess, Imani, also, I guess my question for you is how have artists sort of informed some of your social responsibility, or your idea of what is right in terms of the built environment when you're doing such on the ground practical work that's not metaphorical necessarily. It's really changing the way that we experience space.
Yeah, I think in one way, the architecture where we intersect with public art or an artistic expression often kind of clash and fall short in a few different ways. But I think in terms of the influence of artists on me and my work, I think that just the driving of culture, the drive cultural equity as well, and amplifying the issues that are real. Like they're not. I think part of what the research effort tried to do was use this kind of collage mashup of little snippets of examples to say, hey, I'm not going to throw an article at you because I know you're not going to read it. I'm not going to throw 20 different diagrams at you that are really just too hard and too complicated to digest in a quick setting. So the goal is to use these really teeny little collages of artwork to both say designers, like, please pay attention because this is a cute little diagram for you, but then also like it's easier for you to digest in this way versus me just kind of yelling at you for an hour. And so to me, the art influence there was that to connect some dots. Obviously, like there are a lot of long books about redlining. There are a lot of long books about highway acts and the deterioration of communities around that policy being made, acceptance of erasure of communities, the acceptance and sort of the tradition of violence, the tradition of trauma in each city. But without sort of visually connecting the dots, I think a lot of people are just like, yeah, that was horrible. What does that have to do with me? And where do I actually engage? I didn't do those things. I'm sitting there, demolishing house by house. But in Detroit, you can still see the sort of physical act of just blight removal, neighborhood revitalization, and to some degree, sort of cultural shifting without understanding a little bit more of an emotional intelligence behind how neighborhoods and how communities actually form, how they work, and what they actually drive for a city. They are the heart of the city. They are the culture and sort of exact just vitality of the city. And so when we separate out those two, I think there's a big missed opportunity, but also a big mistake in that that art and at least public artwork and then personal expression and critical political expression is best. That vehicle is forefront of all of the things that I have done. And so I don't want to say like I've collaborated with an artist for a mural or something. Like, I don't think that's the point. I don't think that collaborating for exhibitions or anything specific physical structures like that happens, but that's not the point. It's actually the communities of architects and artists coming together to understand the value of collaborating in a more seamless. And so I think it's a really good question. And I think the architecture community still has a ways to go to start to appreciate and understand the value of art at the forefront of what we're actually doing here.
Yeah. I mean, the beautiful thing is that each of you have approached this in metaphorical, formal, practical ways. And I'm just so grateful to each of your perspectives. They're very unique and rooted in a placeness that I think can never really be overlooked when you're talking about something that is potentially sustainable. You have to know where you are first before you can improve something. So I'm just thankful to all of you for your contributions. I wish that we had more time. This could be a symposium in and of itself, this session alone. But thank you very much. And it's been a wonderful day of panels. And I hope that everyone will look into all of the works and practices of everyone that we've posted today and join us tomorrow. And on our way out, I think we're just going to have a closing film, and it'll be nighttime for all of us in Europe, and enjoy the rest of your day for everybody that's in the States. Thank you so much.